All right. Hello, beautiful people. We are getting started here. Everyone, welcome in. Grab a seat. I hope everyone's doing well this morning. I hope everyone is having an awesome morning. Good morning, Crow. Good morning, Peggy. Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Rust Belt over on the tubes. Good morning, Sin. Hey. Good morning, Taro. Who else is here? Good morning, Kat. Who else is here? Good morning, One Mighty Pen. Good morning, Simply. Oh, look, Simply Hana. I know who that is. Good morning, Christopher. Good morning, Hunter. Hope everyone's having a wonderful morning. Hope everyone is having an absolutely wonderful morning. I hope everyone is happy that it's Friday. All right. You know, it is Friday. So there's that. All right. I mean, we somehow made it to another weekend, despite the fact that we're on the brink of what, World War III. We still made it to another weekend. So that's something. Good afternoon from England. Good afternoon. Santana Ultra Instinct. Yeah, absolutely. Guys, welcome in. As we get in, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live, push us out to the FYP. We're going to go ahead and get started here in just one moment. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you are someone that supports Donald Jimothy Trump, get in the box. Or if you disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. I got a lot of interesting stuff that I want to talk to you guys about today. So I'm really excited about a couple of different things to make sure that I get a chance to cover, especially because I didn't get a chance to cover yesterday. But as you guys know, we kick this off the right way, right? We make sure that we kick this off the right way. So tap the screen, share the live, 230 people hanging out already. Make sure that you are sending your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It's only one coin. But you know how we start this off. Exile.
You stepped in a box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, you slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats will get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call. You slip once, I'm snatching it all. Yeah. Step in if you dare. You dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. No. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in if you dare. You dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame space. Step And don't you wanna sparring with Santana?
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana. And guys, hey, W's in the chat. Nelly, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. I'm going to keep resetting these daily gift goals to these little 1-cent gift goals. It'll boost the live, push us out to the FYP, guys. It's time for a change. It's absolutely time for a change, and everyone knows that it's time for a change. And I think that we can come to a super fair conclusion and say that, like, there's a couple of things that have to happen. We have to remove men from leadership. That's necessary. We have to defund the military. We absolutely need a new constitution. DEI, everything is a mandate. And last but not least, we got to end white privilege. So if you're someone that disagrees with anything on the background, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, do all the wonderful things. Oh, also, guys, don't forget to repost live. That helps a ton. So please, please, please repost live. Hi, Everett. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Wait, do you think we should like ban men from becoming leaders, or just like remove all the ones that are currently leaders?
So are you saying that you disagree with the remove men leaders?
Yeah, but I just think that's like kind of sexist.
Okay, cool. We can talk about it. Before we go too far though, Everett, quick question for you.
Yeah.
Do you know who I am?
Yes, and yeah, I watch you a lot. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Listen, that's going to make this a lot easier. All right, Everett, since you watch me a lot, you know exactly how we do this. I'm going to give a proper introduction to the people who may not know who I am or what this is. Give me a moment, okay?
All right.
Perfect.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and guys, if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It'll boost the live, push us out to the FYP. If you're over on YouTube, make sure you're hitting that thumbs up. And if you're over on Twitch, make sure you give me a follow and a sub. All right, Everett. So your point, or the point that you disagree with on the background, is that men shouldn't be removed from leadership. And I guess even more so to your point, you said that it's sexist. Okay. Everett, can you tell me why you disagree and go a little bit more into that whole it's sexist point? Help me understand your point.
Okay, wait. Can I just ask one more question, Cliff?
Sure.
Like, do you mean like we should remove all the men that are like currently leaders? Like, should men be banned from becoming leaders? Like, should we have future male leaders?
Yeah, but it's a little complicated. All right, how about I lay out my argument first and then you go from there? All right, perfect. So my premise is that we have a very long history of understanding what men and leadership look like, even when we specifically look at the history of our country, right? 250 years. Over the 250-year history, almost 90% of leadership has been men, white men specifically. If you take a look at the current splits that are in Congress now, it's 76% are made up of men. And whether if you're a Democrat or Republican, whatever, like no matter where you are, the current state of the country falls on the shoulder of men. And so my premise is that with the fact that men have a history of not being good leaders, not having emotional intelligence, not being able to think outside of themselves and think for others, I think that at the very least, we need to take a couple of election cycles off. So I would say 4 presidencies or 8, most presidencies get back-to-back terms. So, at least 24 years, right? Four cycles. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I think we just need a time pull all men out of leadership for a while and let women lead. So that's my premise.
I mean, I do think like we should have like more women in power, right, to kind of like balance it out. But I mean, yeah, you say like most male leaders are usually violent, but like a huge chunk of like leaders are men, right? Like if we had as much like women leaders in history as male leaders, I think like there wouldn't be like much less violence.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. That's something that I equate to people who say, well, what about Biden? The whole premise is not that, if women had power, they would do the same thing. I mean, if you take a look at the ability for women to gain certain status in like a microcosm, I love to use the example of like women surgeons. Do you know what like how women perform in the medical field when it comes to being surgeons?
Yeah, they're usually more successful, right?
But you know what the but is? But they make up such a small percentage of surgeons, meaning that even though they make up such a small percentage of the people that participate in the field, they are vastly superior to men in that field, right? So the point that I am trying to get across is that understanding that women, when given an opportunity, they outperform men in multiple factors. And also, like I brought up the EQ, which is super important, right? The emotional intelligence and the ability to think outside of themselves. Every indicator points towards women being way more successful in power than men are with our power, and not, inflicting violence, because women don't lead with violence, men do. And that's not just towards like women and children. Men lead with violence towards men as well.
Yeah, I mean, I just think we should focus out on like weeding out like the male leaders that could be violent, because there's probably a lot of male leaders that like wouldn't be violent, that would be just as successful. So I just think like we should focus on like trying to get like women and like some of them male leaders.
Okay, so a question for you, right? Understanding that, because I agree with you, there are a lot of men that men feel they have a monopoly on violence, right? And not only do men feel like they have a monopoly on violence, but men will perpetuate said violence in order to get what they want and control and things like that. So what would stop the men that have some sense of power from inflicting violence on either women or anyone else to gain more power because we left them in place?
Well, I mean, I just think we should have like a new system that punishes like violent leaders, right? Or like, yeah, like,
who's gonna come up with that system?
I mean, I don't really like Congress, like your new constitution point. I actually like really agree with that.
Oh wait, but okay, well, you got to get there first. But yeah, like, are you saying that like the people that who like violence actually benefits are going to somehow curtail their ability to inflict violence? I'm a little confused.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I mean, yeah, it is kind of a hard system to come up with, but I mean, yeah, we should just, well, yeah, hold on, sorry. I mean, yeah, we should just punish leaders for like breaking the law, like Trump. Like,
how has that worked out for us throughout the history of our country? Not just like leaders, but how often have people in power been held accountable for like their harmful activities and actually like punished?
Not very often,
yeah. That's the catch-22, right? While I hear you and I don't disagree, there's no track record or no real standing to say that these people who have benefited from like having a monopoly on violence will somehow wake up and smell the roses or whatever the case may be. Like, it's just there's no track record of that. So sitting here saying, well, we should just do a little bit of this or a little bit of that, like, I disagree. I think that in order to like effectively make change, we have to go a little bit radical and remove them. tell me this. Give me one benefit, right? One benefit that men being in leadership has, done that doesn't disenfranchise some, or you know what? Let me make it a little more specific. The United States of America. Give me one instance under the leadership of men in the United States of America where it's been great, safe, happy, healthy, or something like that for everyone.
A man freed the slaves, right? Like Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln didn't free the slaves. The slaves freed the slaves.
You're right. You're right. My bad. You're right. Yeah, you kind of make a good point. I mean, honestly, I was thinking about like the stats stuff you're telling me, like all that surge and stuff. I think you have a really good point. We should prioritize like making them leaders, but I still think we should just like ban men entirely, right? But we should give like women should have more power.
Again, I'm still not hearing an answer as far as like, okay, let's say you limit the men in power, even if you reduce it down to 10%. What is going to stop that 10% from actually taking a majority of the power? Great example. Do you know what's been the issue in South Africa with the white Afrikaners?
There's like a lot of now. I know it's like bad stuff down there, but I don't really know like the specifics.
Yeah, sure. I got you. So even though they make up a small majority, I think it's about 10% of the population in South Africa. Due to apartheid, they have owned most of the land, the wealth, the power, all of this in South Africa. So a small minority group has overwhelmingly been in charge and controlled all the resources and things like that in South Africa. So again, the question that I have is, what is stopping men from doing something similar?
Hold on, wait, you might be right. Hold on, yeah, wait, I kind of agree. Yeah, for a few election cycles, yeah, we should.
That's what I'm saying, and I'm not saying forever, but let's just give it a break, right? But like the thing that I'm getting across is like we see the track record of women being more successful than men when it comes to leadership. And I'm not saying that being a leader is like a man quality or woman quality or whatever, but what I am saying is that we have tried it with just all men, right? There was a time in our country where like when it came to leadership, it was only white men that owned land. And then after that, it was all white men. And then it shifted to men. And then finally women started to get the roles and access and to do all these things. So the point that I'm getting across is like we've tried it the opposite direction with men. I think it's time to try it with women.
Yeah, wait, for defunding the military though, like I kind of agree. I think like we should, because like we're not being held accountable for a lot of like bad stuff we've done, like especially with stuff going on recently with like Iran, right? But do you not think like if we did that, a ton of people would just start attacking us?
Maybe, but not really. The reason why I say that is because if you take a look at the military budget that we currently have, it's the largest military budget in the world, almost $1 trillion. Donald Trump is trying to push the military budget to $1.5 trillion, and even more than that. The top 15, the United States military budget is currently larger than the next 14 combined, right? And of those next 14, 11 of them are our allies and one is neutral. And you could take the United States military budget, cut it in half, and we would still currently have the largest military budget by 300 billion. So the point that I'm trying to make is like we can reduce our military spending, reallocate those funds, be more impactful within our country, benefiting American citizens, and then at the same time work on allyship, which that's what it should be about, right? Making sure that we're building allies throughout the world and strengthening our partnerships. And because again, of the next 14, 11 of them are allies. So we just need to focus on like allyship, and we don't have to worry about the military industrial complex. Like we can do this.
Oh yeah, I just didn't know like how much defunding you're talking about. So yeah, I think we agree.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
no,
right.
I don't got anything else I disagree on. We had a good conversation. Thank you.
All right. No, hey, I appreciate you, Everett, for coming up. Thank you. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't me. I didn't rapture him, but all right. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I do. I wanted to ask you, do you think it's somewhat indicative of your, are you a communist? Let me ask you that.
No.
No, you're not. So what
no,
are you? I'll see you in those kind of adjacent streams, you know?
Yeah, I'm a democratic socialist.
Okay.
I think communism is
work for me because, you know, Dean and Parker, what do they call themselves? Social Democrats? What's the difference?
No, they're liberals. Yeah, I mean, like for me,
I mean, that's how they self-ascribe, but
yeah. Well, we'll get into it, but question for you, because one thing that I think is a little bit of a thing for people is they don't really know the things that they're talking about. So before I tell you or whatever, what do you think a communist is? Like, what's the definition of a communist, or what's communism?
Classless, stateless society.
Okay, so what does that mean?
That means a lack of formal currency. That means no distinctions between classes, although class is inherent still, even within a communistic society, at least in my opinion.
That's not true, but like, what's the functionality? Like, what's the point? That's what I'm trying to get to, or at least what do you think the point is of like communism?
I would say unfettered, what they believe to be equality or to equalize the masses, because they believe that the worker-employee relationship is fundamentally predatory or exploitative.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not gonna hold you. That's at least a decent understanding. So I guess the question I have before I go too far, it seems like you're not confused as far as like what the thing is. So help me understand. Why are you trying to understand this, or where are you trying to go with this?
You know, I mean, if you were a communist, you know, I was gonna sort of dissect your opinions there, you know what I mean? Because I'm fundamentally opposed to it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not a communist, but also there's nothing on the background that has to do with communism.
No, I mean, I was only asking because to an extent, I think these are somewhat adjacent ideas like DEI, everything, equity. You know,
would you like to talk about it?
Sure.
Okay, you disagree with DEI, everything?
Yeah, definitely to an extent. Sure, I believe in a merit-based society.
Okay, tell me about roll that argument out a little bit more for me. Tell me exactly why you say that.
Right. So let's say a college has so many applicants. All right, we get down to a point where they have to have a certain percentage of this race and that race, you know, to meet with government standards, guidelines. Eventually we're going to get to a point where there are going to be some people that are being placed in those positions that don't necessarily deserve to be there on the basis of their merit, which is hard work, in my opinion, right? And we should always prioritize of any, you know, someone of any race that is more capable than another applicant.
Okay. So you're not conflating, or yeah, you are conflating DEI, quote unquote DEI, and also affirmative action. Question: what is DEIA?
What's I just heard this the other day. Remind me, please. I heard it the other day, but I forgot.
Yeah. So, or the A stands for accessibility, right? I mean, and that's the reason why. The reason why I have DEI up here instead of DEIA is, you know, it's kind of a like gotcha, right? But more than anything, people don't really understand what quote unquote DEI is or what the purpose is for DEIA. And they tend to leave out the people with disabilities, accessibility, because it helps push the narrative that this is something that's based off of race, which it's not. You saying that like, oh, having a certain amount of race or whatever in this group or blah, blah, blah.
What is the diversity and diversity equity?
Sure.
Can I ask you that?
Well, can I finish my sentence before you started a new question?
I mean, I was just asking you a question.
Sure, but I was in the middle of speaking. I was still kind of explaining something.
Apologies.
All right. So the point that I was getting across is that people try to limit or reduce the importance of the accessibility function because they like to think that it's something based off of race, which it's not. It is a merit-based system, which I heard you say that, which makes me even more intrigued as far as your thoughts. But you were speaking to affirmative action, which is illegal. There's no quota system when it comes to DEIA, and even more so, there's no actual policy that's ever been implemented that that effectively institutes DEIA. So when people start to think about like what it is or how it actually, impacts people, it's something beneficial because it removes biases. Like that's the point of DEIA, is to remove those biases that people engage in that limit people with certain, the key characteristics, right? Whether they're disabled, whether they are, Black, or whether they're a woman, or whatever the case may be. Like it removes those biases that people engage with and allows the best person to come to the front and to the top.
Okay. So what would you suggest that DEI is necessary for? What is your
DEI isn't necessary for anything.
Well, what's your perfect implementation of it? What
of DEIA?
Yeah, what are you proposing? Yeah.
Well, I'm proposing that we take a look at the actual overall merits of people and remove those biases, work on removing those biases. The reason why I say DEI, I'm not proposing that is because like that's just a racist dog whistle, right? But DEIA gives us the ability to have the best people in place. And so you can take a look, there's been multiple studies completed, including a study that I really enjoy by Forbes that shows like companies that engage in DEI practices / policies, they get a not only more happy, safe, and balanced workplace, but they're more profitable. The point of having quote unquote having DEIA, it's not, again, to just like uplift this one group or some howdy partner. It's to get the best people in. And so when you have the best people aren't going to like think the same. They're not going to all like march in the same line. They're going to challenge each other's train of thought and push each other to be better. And when you have that, then you have the ability to actually achieve and do more. So that's one of the reasons why those companies that do engage in certain, aspects of DEIA tend to be more successful. It's a happier work environment, and they're more profitable.
So are you arguing in favor in private institutions utilizing DEI, DEIA structures, or are you advocating that the government implement this? Because if it's private, then I think we're in accordance. I think a private industry should be able to engage in whatever practices they want.
I'm advocating everyone. Right. I mean, like if my government level
mandate, or is it a grassroots sort of rollout that you're looking towards?
Yeah, it depends on the situation. Like I think that the Electoral College is DEI, or quote unquote DEI. Right.
So I would somewhat agree with you there.
Yeah, like so I think we need to get rid of the Electoral College and go to like ranked choice voting. That's DEIA. Right. I mean, not giving the people who like, why the fuck is there only 7 states in our country that controls the actual presidency every time? Like, that's insane. So like
I mean, that's not to cut you off, Santana, but
you keep doing it though.
Okay, but I mean, at least let me delineate this point for you.
Can you let me finish the sentence and then you can do that?
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So the point that I'm making is the thing that people think that DEI is what's happening in multiple instances, and instituting DEIA would give us a better country as a whole.
Okay, so my contention with you on the Electoral College, and I'm gonna, circle back around to DEI, and one more time to clarify. So you're saying repeat your last sentence for me. That's my apologies.
Yeah, instituting DEIA practices and policies throughout our country will make a better country as a whole.
Okay, yeah, we'll circle back to that then. So first of all, as far as the Electoral College goes, I think that just provides an avenue for, more disenfranchised, portions of the country to have a voice or have a say still.
Why?
Right? Because cities organize and then they have a lot of voting power.
But why?
Right? There's just
help me understand this. Help me understand this.
Cities
why
liberal?
Right, that's fine. Okay, cool. But why should like an actual portion of our country that is, out in the middle of nowhere, right, who disproportionately engage in like less education, less healthcare, like all these other things, and tend to vote like fucking Oklahoma is ranked at the bottom of everything, right? And you think that Oklahoma should have like equal impacts on the rest of the country as, states like Massachusetts, who like ranks at the top of everything, income, health, education, like that doesn't even make sense. That like they're making bad decisions for themselves on a state level. Why the fuck do we want them to make bad decisions for us on a federal level? That doesn't make sense.
But would you deny that those people in those places have a different set of needs and desires according to where they live as opposed to y'all? Like, for example, gun policies, right? In a city, it would make more sense that people are more concerned about firearms because you fire a bullet, that shit could travel through 4 different walls and hit a kid in some apartment, right? And then, out in the country, when you're defending your home, somebody pulls up on your land, then nothing's going to happen there. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like a
where do you think more per capita, where do you think more gun violence occurs, in the city or in rural areas?
Most definitely in the city.
No. I said per capita.
Per capita?
Yeah, taking a look at the amount of people in those areas and the proportion of gun violence versus city, right? If you extrapolate it and you actually,
I would need a statistic.
Sure, that's fine. I'll grab that. But like I said, the actual, if you take a look at the comparison between the city and the rural areas and you extrapolate those out per capita, rural areas have more gun violence. And fun fact, areas not only within the US, but around the world that have stricter gun laws actually have higher gun safety. So the point that I'm trying to get across is, like, while I agree that, locally people have different ideas, beliefs, and things like that, and which I understand that, I don't think that we should count on those people who like make those decisions locally to make the decisions for the whole, right? And so saying that they have some type of, additional power over the entire society doesn't make sense. That's why, again, I'm advocating for ranked choice voting, which would allow everyone in the country as a whole to make these decisions together. And then the majority rules versus, like, again, 7 fucking states really counting.
Okay, so I just found that your statistic is skewed because it also accounts for suicides in rural areas, which that makes sense.
How is like and don't stop saying that word, how is like self-deletion not gun violence though?
I mean, it's self-inflicted. I think there's definitely a difference between, because you believe in consent, right? Like, consent is deontological. I mean, if you consent to take your own life, then there's nothing we can do about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's still gun violence.
Wow, I mean, sure, but I would say that's a misrepresentation.
I mean, that's how you feel. That's fine, but it's still categorized as gun violence. So, like, I don't. Yeah, no, like sure. Hold on one second.
But you don't think that gun violence implies, against another individual, which to me is a lot more morally.
Yeah, morals are subjective. I don't give a shit about like morals. I mean, my point is that if you take a look at the actual reasoning, then it's categorized as gun violence. So like like whether you make a decision to actually self-delete or whatever the case may be, fine, but it's still categorized as gun violence because you're using a weapon to end your own life. Yes, you have to quote unquote have consent or whatever. Sure, that's fine. But the point is that that's how it's categorized.
Okay, so two things to add here. One, if you are advocating, power for women in society, I think that starts with gun rights because that's the great equalizer here in the world, right? It doesn't matter what size you are, it doesn't matter your genetic makeup, it doesn't matter your strength if you can defend yourself with a firearm. Also,
that's stupid.
Okay, so you don't believe in revolution?
No. Stop for a second. Stop for a second. You're like trying to go all around and obfuscate like the premise that in order for women to have equal rights, then they have to be able to be proficient with the weapon. Like, how about men just stop being overwhelmingly harmful and violent? Like that's the actual monopoly on violence is fucking wild. Like, how about we just stop harming people? How about we actually put different pieces of legislation in that reduces the amount of access that people have to those weapons to inflict harm? Like, how about we start with that instead of just saying like women stay strapped? That's fucking mind blowing.
Santana, I mean, I just think you're a bit of an optimist to assume that there's ever going to exist a society in which there aren't outliers. Okay, we can educate the mass of men.
Oh, wait.
Successfully.
Wait. Who's being optimistic?
In a liberal, free, diplomatic society.
Wait, who's being optimistic?
I think you're being optimistic.
No. Hold on. I'm not being optimistic when it comes to hoping that men aren't going to be violent. What I'm saying is you make the violence that men are willing to inflict so high, the cost of it to be so high that they're unwilling to engage in said violence. That's the point.
Advocating for an increase in police presence?
No, I'm advocating in an increase of making them face the wall. That's what I'm advocating for.
Who's going to carry that out?
That's fine. Yeah, sure. If we have to have quote unquote more police in order to successfully punish people under the eyes of the law, because right now they're not successfully punished. They're not held to account for anything that they do. Right. When you talk about like men that can actually rape women and then judges give them like leniency because they have a quote unquote bright future. Like, we got to root not only those people out that engage in those activities, but those people within our legal system that are unwilling to hold those people to the furthest extent of the law. Like,
this is based, Santana. This is based.
I don't understand. Like, how,
I'm saying I agree with you, Santana. This is
I mean, but like that's
those people should face.
Like, I mean. The fact is that men aren't going to like willfully give up power or violence. And like saying that, women should to be forced to, like, what if they don't want to actually be, gun owners or whatever? Like, what if people, period, not just women, but people.
What if they do?
That's fine. That's fine. Our Constitution allows people to have access to that. But why is it a mandate? That's what I'm saying. You can take a look at other countries throughout the world who restrict access to weapons. And again, there's countries and states that have more restrictive gun rights and they have less violence. That's the point that I'm getting to.
We're not advocating, a restriction of gun rights that would prohibit certain women that do want that right to defend themselves. Then we don't.
I am.
I am. Shouldn't be a mandate.
I literally am. I'm just saying, like, the premise that they have to be gun owners is insane. But I do believe in like universal background check, red flag laws, safe storage laws. Like, I believe in all of those things. This is someone who is a
turn tyrannical. Like, if we're gonna talk about, for example,
the fucking government is the fucking government's tyrannical right now. Where's all those two-way people that needed their guns for when the government started to fuck? Like, the government's doing the shit right now.
Exactly
we got
why we should have weapons.
Yeah, but you say that, but where the fuck are the people right now? The ones that swear they needed the guns because the government was gonna quote unquote be tyrannical. Like they're all on mute. They're all doing the mannequin challenge at this moment. Like all the people that scream, I need my guns. They're literally not saying shit about what's happening right now. That's such a fucking excuse because they're cowards. And even if they weren't, you tell me, what is a quote unquote militia with ARs going to do against the fucking United States of America military, where again our budget, military, this is not Vietnam. This is the United States of America.
We live the lay of our land better than the government does.
You are fucking wrong. I mean, you're literally fucking wrong.
I mean, unless they wanted to nuke us, dude. Like, there's no other way.
You're literally
better lay of the land than our own government.
You're literally fucking wrong. No,
in any area. It's how this works. I'm not lying to you, dude. The people in the mountains know the mountains better than the military does.
Question for you, and your friend who's yapping in the back and saying Afghanistan, this is not fucking Afghanistan. That's my entire point. If we were talking about a different country, I could agree with you. We're talking about the United States of America, and we're talking about the government within the United. The government within the United States of America. Question for you: do you know what Clearview is?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know who Palantir is?
I do.
Okay, perfect. Clearview is AI software technology that Palantir innovated and has been instituted within the United States government. This gives facial recognition and the ability to track and it created like a repository of people within our country, right? But even more than that, this has been something that they've scoured the internet with and created like additional information based off of like just social media, all this other stuff. The point that I'm getting across is the United States government, with that $1 trillion military budget and the backing of all of these technocrats, because that's the new wave, right? The institution of technology within the military, they have absolutely been able to not only upgrade the way that the United States military tracks and retains information, but also you couple that with like the CIA, you couple that with the FBI, you couple that with all the information access and resources that our federal government has. And there's no way in fuck that you're going to be able to convince me that the federal government does not know the quote unquote lay of the land better than the people. For a lot of people here, a lot of people in the US, you turn off MapQuest and they're fucking cooked. You turn off MapQuest and they can't even get around their own city.
But would you advocate that we lie down and take? Okay, so those things aside, I think we're a little bit more in accordance than you might think. Like, for example, with Palantir and those, we should have certain rights on the internet that are inalienable as we do in reality. I don't think we should be needing to poster IDs or any of these ridiculous propositions from the government. Our anonymity should be protected. Our freedom of speech should be protected. Otherwise, it becomes oligarchical tyranny, because the internet is the new square of public discourse. So, yeah, we're in accordance there. And actually, as far as your socialistic principles go, I'm also in somewhat accordance there, but I have a unique proposition for you on that. I think that we should reallocate the resources that we are giving to other countries, and you would probably still disagree with this, that we're giving to other countries and inject it into our own social programs, because we've spent a $32 billion bill on this stuff in 2025, right? Which also conveniently aligns with the estimated cost of what it might cost to provide housing subsidies for the entirety of America's homeless sector, the impoverished, among a litany of other things that would really help them out. So actually, to an extent, I think that would be beneficial, but I also think that the necessary requirements to be on these social programs or reliant on them should also be reliant on your propensity to add value to society and produce and be a part of the supply chain in one way or another.
Okay. Give me one moment. Let me thank a couple of people, because I'm getting behind and I don't want to get too far behind. Let me thank a couple of people and then I'll respond to that. Okay.
Okay.
All right. W's in the chat for Shannon, who used their YouTube membership subscription, the 5-month membership, to send a message, say 5 months. Happy to be here. Much admiration and respect. Shannon, W's in the chat for you. Thank you so much for being a member over on YouTube. Guys, if you're not a member, go ahead and grab a membership. You get access to the Discord, a bunch of really cool emotes, those actual messages. W's in the chat. Excuse me. And W's in the chat for Cassie for the $10 donation, saying, thank you for entertaining my wife every day. The lesbians love you. I love the lesbians. W's in the chat, Cassie. Thank you so much for the $10 donation. W's in the chat for Bella, who sent a $15 donation, saying, just appreciating your brain, your ability to critically think, and the capacity to hold effective communications to these narrow-minded, misogynistic, racist fucks. God damn. W's in the chat. Thank you for the 15, and thank you so much for the actual premise. W's in the chat for Feisty. Hey, Feisty, who sent a $10 donation saying love and appreciation. I love and appreciate you way more, Feisty. W's in the chat for Hanny, who sent a $3.50 donation saying, ever notice how only colonizers and their descendants complain about equity? It's almost like they're scared that if mediocrity, they're scared of their mediocrity will be blatantly obvious if we have even playing grounds. Guess what? We already know that you're mediocre. Pretty much. W's in the chat for Kimberly for the $15 donation. Mocha, W's in the chat for Mocha. Say, just sending some love. Mocha, thank you so much for the $15 and the love. W's in the chat for Kayla. Kayla for the $5 donation, saying, aren't these the same people who just said Alex Pretty shouldn't have brought a gun to a protest? The pretzel is Simone Biles level gymnastics. Love you, Santana. I love you more. And yeah, that's absolutely true. And holy fuck, guys. Massive W's in the chat for Trisha. Trisha sent a $50 donation. $50 donation said 90% of attempts of self-deletion survive when it's not with a firearm. Men are more likely to use firearms, plus all of the accidental unaliving with kids and misuse of firearms. Exactly. And then followed up with another message saying the NSA and the FBI manage internal reviews of citizens. NSA knows all of us. Thank you, internet. Like, that's fucking true. That's fucking true. And last but not least, sorry, W's in chat for Ren for the $10 donation, saying, happy Friday, Santana. Miss you this week. Glad to see the new setup and up and running. Love you. I love you way more. Thank you so much, Ren. Yes, we got the new setup. I still moved some stuff around last night, and so there's a couple of things I got to do, but we're rocking and rolling with the new setup. W's in the chat for all the donors, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Guys, please keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 100,000 likes. Also, can we knock out the daily gift goal? Is to let them cook. Please knock that out. Repost the live. And last but not least, if you look up at the top, if you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We are on our way to 100,000 followers. We're actually close to like 95,000. So make sure you hit that follow button and turn on notifications so you know when I go live. Follow the main, follow the backup. Follow me on YouTube, follow me on Twitch, follow me on Instagram. All right, Chris, sorry about that. So I agree and I disagree. I wouldn't be against cutting funding for other countries with a couple of different caveats, right? One, if we're going to cut the amount of funding that we send out of the country to other countries, then we need to limit the amount of like destabilization that the United States is going to cause in other countries, right? We can't continue to actually destabilize countries and then expect them to figure it out without any type of access and resources. But even more so, like, I don't think it's about just the money that's being sent out of the country that could be used to actually improve the lives of American citizens. I think that it's like the entire United States budget. So I would be good with reimagining the way that we spend money as a whole in order to benefit Americans and like to really like show that this country was supposed to be like about the best and like all this other crap. Like we did those things that were necessary to take care of the people. And last but not least, the premise that like there needs to be more requirements on people in order for them to get access. No, that's stupid. Like that's stupid. I think that having access to basic needs and human rights is something that's important. And so I believe in like universal health care because of the multiple beneficial factors that are connected to it. I believe in like a public option for higher education. I believe in all those things. And I don't like believe that you have to work a certain amount of hours or whatever. I think if you're an American citizen and the fact that we live in a country with the largest GDP in the world, like we can do it. So that's my, so I agree somewhat, but I disagree in other instances.
Hold on. Did you bring up immigration at some point?
No. Why? Do you want to pivot to immigration?
No, I just all right, hold on. Can you repeat what you were saying one more time for me? My bad. I'd be partaking in what Parker gets up to. Blowing bubbles. So repeat for me. If you don't mind. It wasn't in bad faith.
I agree in some aspects. I disagree in other aspects. I think it's important to focus on Americans. I disagree that we need to put requirements as far as giving Americans access to certain things. We should cut, if we cut the spending that we spend outside of the country, then we have to limit the amount of destabilization that we engage in. That's the Cliff Notes version.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you. We should not be destabilizing other countries. I mean, I would advocate that we become more isolationist. I don't know how you feel about that. I feel like you trend towards more globalist.
Yeah, I think that becoming isolationist would be harmful, just because like the world is literally, the world now is so small. And so thinking that, or pretending that if we just stay in our own little bubble, that the world isn't going to come knocking on our doorsteps. Like we've already seen that in World War II, but even more so, like you talk about the global impacts that like environmental health and things like that. Like I think Donald Trump pulling us out of the WHO and out of the Paris Climate Accords and things like that is insane, because even if you say that like the United States needs to focus on itself and blah, 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 like we live in a society and we live in a global society. And even more, if we tried to cut off the global society, we don't have what it takes to completely limit ourselves to said domestic society.
How so when we're the ones doling out all the resources?
No, we're not. We're the ones buying the resources. We're the ones buying it. We're not like the United States doesn't make shit, and we don't have a ton of resources. Like we have certain resources for sure, but like when you talk about where the resources for the world come from, you point to like the global south. Yeah, but like what the fuck is good does the monetary resources do if you don't have the actual resource?
The fact that the U.S. dollar is one of the most valuable currencies on the face of the planet. So. Yeah,
the United States dollar is the current global standard for the entire world, but the U.S. dollar is shit, right? It's been trending down, and the United States of America is on the same course as the last 5 global superpowers that had these centralized money or currency for the world. Like the United States isn't special because the US dollar is like the centralized source. Like this has happened before. And even more so, like we can't even continue to provide like efficient resources in the country for our people.
The dollar was so much more valuable when America was industrializing, and we were, we had more people in manufacturing, and we were exporting more than we were importing. That is what made us a world economic power and positioned us, where we see ourselves today. So,
what's funny about the argument when people talk about like being like this manufacturer leader and all this other shit? You know what happened when the United States shift from manufacturing? Because people pretend like all the manufacturing left the country. Do you know what the U.S. actually did? What did those factories, those textile factories and shit like that, what did they shift from like during World War II?
You tell me.
They started developing like military equipment for the war. Like that's why the United States was able to be so impactful and so successful in like World War I, World War II. Because the actual factories, the manufacturing that we had, we were able to shift those and then shift those towards creating, you know, bombs and bullets and all this other stuff, and be able to crank those out at a higher level than other countries, right? And so the excuse me. So since that actually was the basis of what we moved from to what we moved to, it allowed the United States to continue to actually be successful. And fun fact, we never stopped doing that. That's why we are engaged in the military industrial complex. That's why every single presidency funds the military at a higher level than the previous president. Because even though we don't make stuff anymore, the actual military is still the main export of the United States of America.
Why is China able to maintain itself from all the products that it produces?
Well, one, China, I wouldn't say that it, quote unquote, maintains itself, but there are different factors and reasons why China has the ability. Number one, they're 5,000 years old. Like, I think that I think that is something that's like lost on people. Like the United States of America is turning 250 years old this year, and China is 5,000 years old. So
how did we lap them in 200?
Can I finish a sentence?
Go ahead.
So the point that I'm getting across is that China has had the not only history, ability, but the foresight of understanding like how long the country has been here, and they've been through multiple ups and downs and all this other stuff. And so China instituted a 50-year plan when it comes to like their society. The United States of America can't go 4 years without like a massive shift in leadership direction and all this other stuff. And so there's a huge difference in that. But China also has access to a ton of natural resources that the United States doesn't have. They govern themselves differently when it comes to their citizens and the, like, you know, the way that they support their citizens. They focus on ensuring that people aren't unhoused, like all this other shit. So when you talk about China and when you talk about the United States, the way that China actually engages is completely different than the US. But then if you say, how is the US, quote unquote, able to lap them? Yeah, again, it's literally because the United States has shifted towards the military and has continued to push the military. Like the US dollar, after shifting off of the gold standard, like people can say what they want. Yeah, it's like confidence is whatever, like that backs the dollar, but it's really the United States military that backs the USD. And so since it's the military, like the funding, and it's all a perpetual cycle, and to ensure that money is continuing to come inside of the U.S.
That sounds like a really good argument.
Thank you for the cake.
For the military and our military initiatives. No, I don't know. It's just a bit ironic.
No, because what I'm saying is like you can still fund the military. I don't have an issue with funding the military, but overfunding the military at the harm of the American people, like that doesn't make sense.
No, we agree there. I think, you know, there's a lot of misspending within the military to justify the budget. I think it's overblown. And we're already, you know, the world's leading army by a long shot, like for many years ahead of our competitors. So, yeah, to an extent, cutting the budget will be better off for us. And again, reallocation of resources.
Yeah, I mean, like I think that's important, especially when you talk about like the limitations of American citizens. And if the focus is going to be like American citizens, then you can't pretend that like there aren't things that need to be done that would actually change. And like whether it's the current way that we spend tax dollars, whether it's the way that we actually make the decision to support people, like we have to shift. And if we took more of an approach of like taking care of people, then our country would be way better. Like that's the problem that I have. That's the problem that I have with capitalism, because, you know, I'm not saying I don't engage in capitalism, but I do. But like the premise that, you know, we have Elon Musk is on track to be the first ever trillionaire. But at the same time as being the first ever trillionaire, like we have people in our country, like veterans who are unhoused, who don't even have shoes. Like that's fucking wild.
Yeah. Hey, dudes in the comment, y'all are actually Cro-Magnons, bro. Like, hold on. Defund the military. That is not what either of us are.
Don't wait.
No.
Don't give it to him. Don't give him. We make them get in the box and say it with their chest.
I have to clown real quick. I'm like, well, I still disagree with you on a lot of things. Like, for example, define to me what an American citizen is. Do we have an in-group and an out-group, so to speak?
What are you referring to? Are you referring to undocumented immigrants?
Yeah, I would say illegal immigrants.
Undocumented immigrants, yeah. So
my personal.
Yeah, I mean, sure. My space, we say undocumented immigrants here, but I will say, yeah, I mean, like undocumented immigrants are quote unquote second-class citizens here within the U.S., but I also believe in like mass amnesty, right? I don't think that they should be, and even more so because if you look at the massive benefits that they have on our society, like there's no way in hell that we should like try to ostracize them or, expel them from the country because they like benefit the country in so many different ways. So technically, yes.
Amnesty benefited Reagan. Did that work out for us in his case?
I think it had certain benefits, but I think that like what the problem is with our country? We have a lack of follow through, like as a whole. And that goes back to like the instability, well, not instability, but like, yes, we have an electoral system and we can actually, do this or do that or whatever. But with the back and forth nature of like our politics, that causes so much instability, so many follow throughs. The fact that like prior to Joe Biden, for the last, like, I want to say since Clinton or whatever, every presidency prior to that had passed less legislation than the previous administration. The Biden administration broke that trend with the previous Trump administration, but you see Donald Trump and his administration, like now, the leadership that's in place, they don't care about like passing legislations. He's just signing executive orders that'll be overturned. And so I mentioned that like China was able to institute a 50-year plan, and they're seeing their plan through. The United States of America with the frequent back and forth, because like people, the problem that I really have is people don't understand like the things that are truly beneficial. And so people tend to vote in a selfish way, not understanding that if you actually vote for things that are better for the society, instead of thinking that you're going to get something individually, then things will be better for you as an individual because it'll be better for the entire society. But people don't want good things for other people. They only want good things for themselves.
Would you not say that amnesty sort of incentivizes more migration, illegal migration?
Because if you go with mass amnesty, not only do you make it targeted to the people that like you could put a time frame on it, you can like you have the actual premise of knowing that, hey, we're going to offer this, so we're going to increase border protections and blah blah blah. Like you can do a lot of things to preemptively ensure that undocumented immigrants trying to get into the country just to take advantage of it is not there. But then also like having to show some type of history within the country, right? And so like being able to offer that to the people that are here would incentivize the people that are here that are just trying to be a part of our society to come forward and to become documented. And then those people that have been here that quote unquote meet the requirements that wouldn't come, like they're here for nefarious reasons. And so it makes it easier to go after those people, right? And so like I hear a lot of people say, oh, if you do that, then more people are going to want to come in. No, that's not true, because again, you look at the last time it was done under Reagan. So it's not like this is something that we do every couple of years or whatever, but also there's factors and things that we can put in place to make sure that someone's not just coming into the country just to take advantage of it.
I think it gives them a hope that it will happen again. And honestly, I would not be surprised if maybe not during this administration, but an incumbent administration, that we're going to see another, mass amnesty style thing. And what they're going to do is they're not going to enforce border patrol. All right. And then people are going to be like, okay, we waxed them twice. Let's just pour in. You know what I mean? And then that completely disrupts.
But see, that's the problem that I have. And again, that goes back to the follow through, right? So if you're going to do that, then you have to follow through, and you have to follow through with not only legislation, but like I don't agree with mass deportation. I don't agree with ICE But if you actually give mass amnesty, and then you also at the same time pass border legislation, then being able to use ICE to target undocumented immigrants that are still in the country after that, and like, you know, go after them to the fullest extent of the law, whether you agree with it or not, there's not a lot of people that are going to push back on it, because like there's multiple avenues and different things that have been done that allows people to become documented. And like, that's my whole thing. The reason why people come into the country undocumented is because the process to become documented, to quote unquote do it the right way, has become so untenable. Like it doesn't even make sense. Even like Donald Trump, right? And his first administration, and he even said this like in Agenda 47, he don't like he's trying to reduce legal migration into the country. And his first administration, he was successful. He wasn't successful in slowing like undocumented immigrants coming into the country. He was very successful though in slowing legal migration into the country. And that's been the initiative that he's focused on in this term as well. Not undocumented immigrants, but removing the people that are here, quote unquote, legally. So like, you have to have legislation, you have to have follow through, and there's a lot that has to happen if like mass amnesty was to be a thing. While he's out of the app, W's in the chat for Margaret. Margaret's in a $20 donation. I've learned so much from you. Thank you for all that you're doing. Margaret, that makes me super happy. Thank you so much for the $20 dono. You're dope. W's in the chat for Margaret. W's in the chat for Sandra, who sent a $10 donation saying, wish it could be more. Sandra, don't worry about that. I really, really appreciate the shit out of you. Holy shit. Holy shit, I'm sorry to hear that. Holy shit. Since being laid off, I lost my house and had to put my mom in low-income housing and rent myself a room. I'm late on everything and driving Uber Eats 10 to 11 an hour a day to stay housed. And now gas is up 70 cents since Sunday here in South Carolina, FDJT. Like the impacts that this administration is having on people in multiple ways has been like insane. And I'm hoping that people finally get to understand what's happening and there's a shift away from it. And it seems like there is, but this administration has like harmed so many people on so many different levels. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Damon, who sent a $5 donation. Can someone explain to me how we could possibly have a positive outcome with Iran if we couldn't even do that with Afghanistan and Iraq 20 years? Iran is a whole different ball game. Yeah, like that doesn't even make sense. And I got some audio that I'll play at some point with Donald Trump. He doesn't give a shit about like a positive outcome. That's not what he's trying to do. And also Damon followed up with $3 donation. Manufacturing wasn't what made us the powerhouse. Brutal imperialism did, right? The military industrial complex. W's in the chat for Damon. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Guys, make sure that you keep tapping the screen, share the live out, send your daily heart me's, and hit that follow button. We're trying to get up to 100,000 followers, and we only got 10 new followers on this stream, which is wild. Make sure you hit that follow button. Chris, are you still there?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
So what do you suggest then if imperialism isn't the answer and that's the current way that we are at the economic standard that we are?
Communism. No.
So then is manufacturing not the answer and returning America's industrial capacity?
No. I think that innovation is, right. I mean, like the age of anti-intellectualism like needs to be dealt with, and we need to invest more in like math, science, STEM programs, invest in the education system, and allow people to get ahead of the curve when it comes to the technology and growth that we've had, right? I mean, there's an AI bubble, and now like these AI tech giants are worried that the bubble's getting ready to crash because they haven't done anything innovative with AI, but yet they've cut all of these jobs, not for AI, but for, fucking chips, right? NVIDIA is making money hand over fist. I had to go buy some more RAM. Well, some more RAM, and because my streams kept crashing. But like 64 gigs of RAM is like over $1,000, right? And that's because NVIDIA can't make enough chips fast enough, and these companies who like Amazon, they're cutting people's jobs, not to actually, you know, like replace them with AI, but to use the actual allocated funds for those jobs to buy more chips. And so if we actually invest in those people, invest in education and invest in math and science and, you know, STEM and stuff like that, then we can actually have the next generation of people that are innovating and actually doing the things. And then we can like limit the H-1B1 visas, right? The reason why we have so many high demands for H-1B1 visas is because we can't like fill those type of people within our country because we don't invest in those type of people.
I think you're overestimating how many people are capable of innovation. And I think that's why manufacturing.
Are you saying people are stupid?
Necessary.
Are you saying people are stupid?
Most definitely.
So so you fall under the you fall under the same umbrella as gosh, what the fuck is his name? What was his name? He started in Doge with Elon Ramaswamy, Vivek. So you think Vivek and what Vivek and Elon said as far as Americans being stupid is the point?
I don't think it's necessarily Americans. I think if we study the blanket, you know, the trends of the population, when you reach like a higher or like, yeah, when you're at a higher level of intelligence, I feel like you automatically discern like how many people are truly below. And it's like, if somebody is like 100 to
wait, did you just say that you wait, hold on. Did you just say that you're looking down on people because you're smarter than them?
No, it's not necessarily.
That's
like
what I heard.
It's more so that I mean, in certain circumstances, I can't help but do it. I mean, are you kidding me? You don't ever.
I don't think I'm.
Like that, never.
I don't think I'm more intelligent than anyone. Like I completely no. I reject
That's an absurd notion.
Yeah, I mean, like I think that when you talk about intelligence as a whole, right? There's multiple factors of intelligence: being able to retain information, being able to process information, being able to critically think. And so, like, I think intelligence presents itself in multiple ways. And I also think that there's people who are less willing to engage in those different ways of intelligence. So I think that intelligence can be limited by the individuals. But like, I don't know, this is just a personal thing for me. I don't think I'm better than anyone in any way. I'm not, you know, I'm not saying anyone's better than me, but I'm never going to be in a situation where I'm just like, oh, you know, I'm better than X, Y, or Z. Like I reject that.
Why is IQ one of the IQ is one of the #1 factors in somebody's ability to accrue success?
White supremacy.
Really, IQ is just an engine of white supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a device.
Would you like to know why?
I mean, sure, you can explain, but I'm gonna have, you know.
Yeah, the premise of IQ and the way that IQ is tracked and tested is based off of not actual knowledge, not actually being able to show critical thinking or processing or anything like that, but it's based off of like being able to identify, recognize, and like answer questions, basically. Perfect question. This is a question that is on the IQ test. There's a rooster standing at the top of a house, right? It's at the very top, and it lays an egg. Which direction, because the top of the house is pointed like this, which direction will the egg roll down? The left side or the right side?
Is it multiple choice, or it's just
it's just the left side or the right side? Or actually, you write the answer. You don't like. It's just answer the question.
Roosters don't lay eggs.
That. See, Chris, you didn't immediately get it, but your friend did, and there's a timer on it. That's how IQ questions are actually created. It's not about like, oh, you know, left or right. It's literally about, did you catch that? Did you like catch the small thing? And so like, yes. Oh, someone said, oh, they said that you got it in the chat. Yeah, someone said that your friend read the chat, but yeah, like so, like that. Come on now, you're not an idiot.
Now, my friend is a very smart guy.
Yeah, but like you're not an idiot because you didn't pick up on that quickly. Like that's just like, and so the whole premise of like tracking IQ is like it's flawed. That's my point. That it's super flawed, but it's not. It's flawed because when you talk about having the ability to engage in standardized testing. And you know, you can look at like our educational system, like ACT, SC, the SAT, the ACT, things like that. It's not about actually like tracking knowledge or people or whatever. It's literally like, do you have access to the resources to learn how to take this test? And if you have access to the resources to learn how to take this test, then you have the ability to be successful in said test. And again, that roots back to white supremacy because, you know, you talk about who in our country and our society has most of the resources. Like you could talk about the wealth gap and the discrepancies between races as far as like social economic status. But you can even look at certain instances throughout our country. I can find the specific school, but I think it was in like Arkansas, Alabama, one of those southern states where Black students were outperforming white students based off of like the different school where the majority of the students were. And so in order to improve the performance of the white students, they literally instituted standardized testing that wasn't based off of actual knowledge, but based off of, again, like literally knowing how to take the test. And that shifted the actual test scores to lean more towards being better for those white students versus the Black students. So like I said, it's rooted in white supremacy because it doesn't actually track knowledge or information. It's just about how much access to resources you have in order to be able to engage with it.
To an extent, and I do think that there should be funding for inner city schools. There should be more funding and more of a focus on that. You know, I think that the Democratic Party sort of tokenizes and abuses the African American population, and they don't do anything for them ultimately. And I think that would be a huge thing.
There's no political party that does anything for the Black community as a whole, like that.
Yeah, I agree with you. They don't do anything for white people either, for white men.
Yeah, I mean, like you can talk about the history in our country as far as like how disproportionately white men have had said things. But again, that's why I'm an advocate for removing men from leadership, because if you actually talk about the history of leadership and whether you think that, you know, the left is right or the right is right, whatever, like men, more specifically white men, have been the one like instituting policy, legislation, and all this other stuff to disenfranchise people. So like, yeah. Couple of quick.
There are African, you know, there's African American, you know, senators and people in government everywhere. I think, you know, especially, and that's prestigious because of their percentage of the population in the country as well. You know, it's like, yeah, we might see more white faces, but I don't think it's a barrier of entry necessarily. You know, I know a lot of Black people with high IQs. I was in honors classes, right? And a lot of the people, I wasn't put in there for IQ. I never took an IQ test. I took like a state test, right? But there were 2 Black girls in my class that got in through IQ tests. And they were pretty much, they were like very close to genius or around genius, but yeah. But what would you make of that then? You know, like how come they can take that test and they can get, I mean,
yeah, I got you. Don't even worry about it. I got you. Hold on. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I'm going to thank a couple of people and we'll get to that. W's in the chat for Muzi. Muzi sent a $5 super chat to say Iran has an entire missile sites underneath every single bit of their every bit of their terrain with hidden deployment paths all throughout mountains. We're in trouble. Yeah, I completely agree. Like understanding the difference as far as what Iran is doing and what the United States has the capability of actually striking and everything, especially when it comes to terrain, like that's where the real issue is. Excuse me. W's in the chat for Alicia for the $10 donation said, Didn't say anything, just hit the $10, just the love. Thank you so much for that $10 donation. You are absolutely awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Debbie's in the chat for Sarah for the $5 donation saying, hey, Santana, long-time listener. I was just curious if you debate liberals/progressives as well. Definitely have a take on the new constitution. Yes, that's why I say all the time, if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. So absolutely, yes, I do. Thank you, Sarah. Debbie's in the chat for Kimberly for the $5 donation saying IQ can also change from many different factors. Your mood, how bad/good of a day you're having. If you were prepared/knew there was going to be a test. If you have test anxiety, etc. IQs are as reliable, in my opinion. That was in the quotation, I mean in parentheses. So as a lie detector test, absolutely. W's in the chat for Kimberly. Thank you so much for that $5 donation. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying, great. Looks like Russia is giving intel to Iran about American movements and locations. I have to look that up, but that wouldn't shock me. And last but not least, W's in the chat for Mike, who sent a $5 donation saying JB. I don't know what that means, Mike, but W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and links in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, 1.1 thousand of us hanging out. Keep tapping the screen, share the live. Make sure you hit that follow button. We're on our way to 100,000 followers and we only got 13 followers on the stream. So make sure you hit that follow button. Also, get in the box if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. All right. Let's break down what you said. And your whole thing was like, well, you know, black people, they're successful, and so like there aren't barriers and blah 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 blah. You're wrong. And I, Chris, I'm not gonna hold you. I don't know how much into this I really want to go into you being wrong, but you're just like really wrong. Why do you think Donald Trump won the 2024 president? Oh, just because. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. JB is just because. W's in the chat for Mike. Why do you think, like, what's the main couple of reasons that you think Donald Trump won the 2024 presidential election?
It's complicated. I mean, I lightly think everything is a stage at this point, but that aside, I would say demagoguery and lying about his campaign promises. You know, a lot of people voted on him specifically for the files to
I get wait, hold on. So I guess let me take a whole step back. Let me take a whole step back. Maybe this will help with the question. Why do you think that the people that voted for Donald Trump, what do you think some of the reasons that the people voted for Donald Trump are from?
Skin color?
No, I didn't say that. The question I have for you is
how they're related.
Well, like if you answer the question, I'll take you down this thought process. But again, what are some of the factors that you think the United States or the people in the US were willing to reelect Donald Trump, the people that voted for him?
He did win the popular vote this time, so that's something to take into account. All right, so one of the first times a Republican has won by the popular vote, I believe, since Reagan. I could be tripping, but pretty sure. And that is because the things that he were promising, a lot of Americans actually wanted. You know, they feel like we were being invaded at the border. Biden wasn't enforcing border policy like he should have been. At this point, you know, he hasn't followed through on those promises enough. All right, in the first place, that's why a lot of people are jumping ship. That and then the files, you can't sit there and tell me.
Okay, so are you saying that the reason why people voted for him was because they felt unsafe and you know, border patrol and like nothing was happening? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, to an extent.
Okay.
Also, the economy. It's the economy. We know that big time. Even though, again, that's something that he hasn't necessarily followed through on. I do think that tariffs done in the right way would benefit us, though. So,
yeah. Literally, none of those things make sense because, like, one, people are stupid as far as like the economy. The economy was already not only recovering but trending in a positive direction. And Donald Trump flat out came and said, like, I'm going to put tariffs on everything. And while tariffs is a tool, I agree, that can be effective. I mean, Joe Biden. Did you see how I sat quietly and let you continue to speak? And then, like, as soon as I started speaking, you hop in?
you talk for a while, so I tend to forget like the litany of things that you laid out for me.
So like I said, the premise that the economy wasn't doing well is false, right? The fact that the Biden administration had already turned around the economy as far as the recovery from COVID, and then even more so the positive trends that the economy was taking. You could talk about like the border, quote unquote, border crisis, but like if you acknowledge that there was a border crisis under Biden, then you have to take a look at like where the crisis started, because there was no crisis, quote unquote, crisis under Obama, who had a net immigration rate, right? He deported more people than he brought in. So like literally Donald Trump was the catalyst for that. And I don't want to go into those things, but the premise that I'm getting to is, while I think there's multiple factors that cause Kamala Harris to actually lose, including only having 107 days in order to be able to run the election, including people being stupid and not understanding like what actually was happening and what caused the things that they thought were bad. People having revisionist history, like not remembering the 4 years under Trump. One of the largest factors for people voting for Donald Trump was literally to uphold the patriarchal system. And that was so evident in the sense that white men specifically showed up and voted for Donald Trump at a higher clip than any president in United States history. White men showed up and voted for Donald Trump at the clip saying that that Donald Trump was a better president / candidate than even like Ronald Reagan for the Republicans. And that's
how ironic is it that he had a massive Latino sector voting for him?
And since the white men showed up and voted for Donald Trump at such a high clip, that was upholding the patriarchal system. So when you talk about, the limitations, like literally, not only are Black people still limited, but women are limited. And when you talk about like misogynoir and different levels of intersectionality, Black women are overwhelmingly disenfranchised. Now, to answer that, or to respond to that stupid comment, Latino is not a race. I said white men. So it's not ironic. And even if you take a look at the actual Latinos, no, you weren't. No, you weren't, because you thought it was a gotcha when like literally Latinos can be white. Latinos can be Black. It's not a race. But even more so, if you take a look at those quote unquote white Latinos that did vote for Donald Trump, they were overwhelmingly from Cuba, which, like, the actual, 1963, 1965, something like that, the agreement that the U.S. has with Cuba. So, like, they're unlike any other, people that come from any other Latin country or whatever the case may be. They don't go through the same process as far as, like, immigration, because all they have to do is be in the country for a year and then they can gain access to citizenship. And so they tend to actually be quote unquote more conservative, because there's a disconnect between them and other people within the community, because they like don't have to go through the immigration process. Like there's a whole thing behind that. But the point that I'm trying to get across is like white men actually came out to uphold the patriarchal system. So you can talk about like Black people or women or whatever having certain access. It's literally the fact that they have to fight in multiple instances, and they still don't get the proper access or ability. Like, again, that's why I advocate for DEIA.
So it had nothing to do with the fact that she was the vice president of a wildly unpopular president.
Mm-hmm.
That was...
I said there's many factors. Yeah, again, like the premise that Biden didn't do a good job, like that's just wrong. That like people are stupid. That's why I said people are stupid, because if you take a look at what the Biden administration did, they passed some of the most monumental bipartisan legislation in United States history. The Biden administration not only did something that Donald Trump said that he wanted to do and couldn't do, the Biden administration did something that the Obama administration said they wanted to do and couldn't do, and that was get an infrastructure bill passed. Like they passed some of the most monumental legislation. Biden will go down.
The administration did pass an infrastructure bill.
What's the comparison between the bills?
He passed one of the largest bills ever. Was it it's like a something. Might be ARA, right? I did.
So the infrastructure bill that was passed, it says Obama's primary administration infrastructure efforts focus on economic recovery and mobilization, and that was passed under the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009, right? And so that included the
of that went to infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, of the 200, of the 200 and I'm sorry, the 787 billion dollars that was passed. When you talk about the amount that went to like funding for roads, bridges, broadband, energy, like it was about 305 billion, right? So like there's multiple factors. The point that I'm trying to get across though is, yes, I'm not saying that there hasn't been pieces of legislation that hasn't been passed, but it, like when you compare the overall the overwhelming factors between like that bill and the other bill, it's different. The point, I'm not even trying to debate the bill. I'm trying to get across this point. People didn't understand what the Biden administration did. And so since they didn't understand what the Biden administration did, they had less than favorable standards on the Biden administration because it was all about vibes. They remember how life was before COVID, and they just know that life wasn't the same before COVID than it was, you know, after COVID, and they blame that on the Biden administration. That's the point that I'm getting across.
Right, and they blame that on Trump too, but I can tell you something. They both did something terrible. I don't like either of them. They passed those stimulus bills. We borrowed money from the National Treasury. We screwed over future generations. They have to pay that debt back. I'm paying that debt back. You're paying that debt back. It was just overall a bad decision. We shouldn't have halted economic proceedings for essentially a natural disaster. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, I don't care about the way
it
that
only
you looked at
benefited
it.
the boomers. That's why they did it.
Yeah, I like you say that, but like over a million Americans lost their lives during that time, and I think that
less than 1% of the planet.
Yeah, like I said, over a million Americans. I don't care about your justification with that. I'm not here to debate that. The point that I'm getting across is that understanding the need for better practices, and if we would have had the better practices that we had in place that were removed by Donald Trump, then we could have actually reduced some of the attributing factors. And then you also talk about the fact that Donald Trump knew about COVID in October of 2019 and didn't take any type of steps to prepare the country. Like, that's fucking wild. So anyway,
Operation Warp Speed. I mean, come on.
Operation Warp Speed was in response. Like I said, Donald Trump knew.
Successful.
Like I said, I didn't say that it wasn't. I said Donald Trump knew about COVID prior to, and knew about it in October 2019. It really gripped the country in like late February, early March of 2020. And even if you talk about, Operation Warp Speed, Donald Trump at the same time as doing that, and as his administration were creating an actual vaccine, he was trying to undermine it by encouraging people to have like super spread. He literally had a super spreader event that killed fucking Herman Cain. Like at the same time he's doing this, he's saying you don't have to wear a mask because he didn't like the fact that the fucking orange face paint was coming off of his face when he wore the mask. Like, he advocated for people to get back out. He said that it was going to be 2 weeks. He told people that maybe you can just like hit it with disinfection or hit it with a light, which caused people to start ingesting bleach and have a spike in the poison response hotline. Like, Project Warp Speed was absolutely something that was necessary and was a good thing, but he undermined it with not only his rhetoric, but the push of misinformation and disinformation. That's why people are taking fucking ivermectin, hoping to actually fucking cure COVID. It's stupid. Anyway,
he
Chris,
didn't want to infringe on people's rights.
That's fine. He literally lied to people.
Knew about it.
He literally lied to people, but that's fine. Chris, he literally lied to people. That's fine. But like you and I have been talking for a while, and not going to hold you. I'm kind of over the conversation, so I'm going to go ahead and let you go.
All right. Stay safe.
Appreciate you coming up. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live, push us out to the FYP. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Takara, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? All right, I'm going to drop you down. Sorry. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Also, if you're over on YouTube, if you click that link, you can actually get up here and debate me. You don't have to leave your safe space. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Milla, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay. I don't think they meant to come up. So we're going to drop them down. W's in the chat for, let's see here. Sorry. W's in the chat for Shannon. Shannon sent a $19.99 super chat to say, for the round fund, I needed it. Thank you. Thank you, Santana. Love you and listening while I'm at work. W's in the chat. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for Demo, who sent a $4.99 euro to say no nation needs overpriced flying Doritos when the U.S. has aliens with bases all over. Not aliens, holy shit, allies with bases all over. Missiles are cheaper and doesn't need to put pilots at risk. Exactly. W's in the chat for Trey, who sent a $5 super chat to say callers should look into recent polls. Majority of Americans think Biden was better than Trump. Exactly. They just have revisionist history. W's in the chat for Stacey for the $4.99 super chat to say the big difference between the big mistake that Biden made was not talking about his accomplishments. He got things done and didn't brag about it. Exactly. The Democrats don't know how to brag. That's the problem. W's in the chat for Big Shell, who sent a $5 super chat to say, finally caught you live. Thank you, Santana, for all that you do. Thank you so much. And W's in the chat for Big Shell, who became a late night tuber. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Jeff for the $4 donation saying, Rust Belt here. Conservatives will say women shouldn't be leaders because they can't control their emotion. Yet they think women should be armed because they can't, because men can't control their violent emotions. Seems like men are the ones with the emotional control problems, not women. I completely agree. W's in the chat for Jeff, who sent a $2, W's in the chat for Joe. Joe sent a $4 donation saying Biden spent half of what Trump spent, even if you remove COVID spending. When Democrats spend money, we get things like infrastructure and education. When Republicans spend money, they shovel cash into the rich people and hope it trickles down. That's the difference, kid. I couldn't agree more. And W's in the chat for Brooke, who sent a $1 donation saying for the appreciation. I appreciate you, Brooke. W's in the chat for all the donors. Guys, if anyone else would like to support live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and the links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates, and I think that we can all agree that it's time for America to change. America absolutely has to change. And there's a couple of different ways that we need to see that change, whether it's removing men from leadership, whether it's defunding the military, whether it's a new constitution, whether it's quote unquote DEI everything, or whether it's ending white privilege. All of those things have to change. So if you're a Trump supporter, get in a box. If you disagree with anything, get in a box. If you're yip yapping in the chat, thumb thugging keyboard warrior, guess what? My mods will mute you. We do not play those games. I don't care if you're on TikTok, if you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, you have the ability to come up and debate me. And if you're not going to stand 10 toes down and say it with your chest, then you don't get to say it at all. Period. Now, with that being said, I don't think this person is going to load. Let's drop this person. Deb's in the chat for Monica for the $5 super chat to say, hey, Santana, my significant, I'm assuming that you mean significant other, is Dominican. He says he's white. I say he's black. What are your thoughts, please? I think it would be based off of his phenotypical characteristics. So I would need to be able to see him in order to be able to properly answer that question. But yeah, I think it's, can't answer, but yeah, I'm not sure. Is Santana Dominican? No, I'm not. I'm just black. Just black, blackity black, black AF. That's it. All right. So like I said, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. And if you're over on YouTube, you can definitely click that link and get in the box. A couple of things that I wanted to talk about while we wait on people to get the testicular fortitude to get in the box, which I feel like they won't, right? Honestly, if I'm going to be honest, I feel like MAGA Trump supporters, they have like just given up on trying to debate me. Like, I think they've all just kind of given up and they've accepted the fact that they can't fuck with me. Hi, Sam, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Why is it only like gay and trans people that don't like Trump?
Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I don't mind Trump in it. He's all right.
Are you a Trump supporter or do you disagree with something on the background? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Yeah, I support Trump.
Okay. So you're a Trump supporter.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Question for you. Do you go here?
Go where?
Here.
What's here?
So you don't go here.
What are you on about?
You don't go here.
Yeah, where?
Why are you so infatuated with our fascists? Like, why haven't you gone to find your own fascists? Like, why are you sitting here worried about ours?
Don't know.
All right. That was fucking pointless. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I disagree with the new constitution, but I would like to make it abundantly known that I am not a Trump supporter.
Okay, no worries. Again, we do debate people who disagree with anything on the background, so you don't have to be that. Can you give me 1 second and then we can get into it?
Yeah, of course. I'm actually going to disconnect from my headphone real quick.
Perfect. Guys, holy fuck. Massive W's in the chat for Michelle. Massive W's in the chat for Michelle for the $50 donation. Let's fucking go. W's in the chat for Michelle. Michelle sent a $50 donation saying, first time here. I hear you all the time on Dean and Parker's. Thank you for providing information, awesome information. Stay safe. I absolutely will, Michelle. W's in the chat for you. Thank you so much for the love, kindness, support. Thank you for being amazing. Holy shit, guys. W's in the chat for Michelle. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. All right. You said you disagree with the new constitution. Floor's yours.
All right. So I disagree with the new constitution. And like, I kind of have a lead-in question before. Like, do you agree with the death penalty?
What do you mean?
Like capital punishment. Like, do you believe that federally capital punishment should be overall?
Sure.
Okay, well then we just disagree on that. I disagree with the new constitution, the same reason I disagree with capital punishment, because who's writing it?
Yeah,
like, it's all well and good if we have Democrats in the House, but like, if it's mostly Republican, I don't want them writing my rights.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a misnomer. Two quick things. One thing that I have to address outside of your comment. Guys, I didn't see this, but my mods caught it, and W's in the chat for my mods. But like, for the people here, you guys know we don't do the ableism shit. Like, so if you're actually saying that someone's SLOW or DUMB, like, don't do that. That's absolutely ableism. We don't engage in that here in our space. And so if you're going to be a part of our platform, if you're going to be a part of our community, if you're going to be here with us and you're going to like enjoy the things that we do and engage in the conversation and like be here and hang out with us, then you can't do that. Just point blank, period. So if you find yourself typing those types of things in the comments, please stop. Please be mindful of the mods, because the mods are an extension of me. And if you don't respect the mods, then there's no way in hell that you respect me. And so if you don't respect me and the mods, then you got to fuck off. But like, don't do that. Please, please, please be mindful and be cautious and aware of the things that we're saying and doing. We don't want to perpetuate harm towards anyone just because, you know, people are stupid. Yeah. All right. So two things. Death penalty. Yeah. Like I think that certain people should be made to face the wall. I have no issue with that. And I hear what you're saying as far as the premise, as far as like who's making the determination. I think when it comes to that, like there are some universal truths. People touching kids, they can face the wall. People raping women, they can face the wall. Like I'm not sitting here advocating it for like every little thing, but I think there are some universal truths that I'm good with. So there's that. Now, when it comes to writing the United States Constitution, I hear you as far as like you don't want Republicans writing it, but the bigger problem that I have is like who wrote the Constitution in the first place. And when the Constitution was constructed, who did they write the Constitution for?
No, you're right. It's definitely because I'm a masculine gay woman, so I completely understand. Like, it was not written for people like me, people like you, like people, minorities in general.
Well, not just minorities. I mean, like the Constitution was written for white men that own land. So like the Constitution was written in the premise of racism, sexism, and classism, right? And so like every single person outside of white men that own land had to be given their rights. And while I get you, I mean, like, I don't trust Republicans, especially this iteration of the Republican Party. I think it's important for us to understand like the way that the Constitution was constructed, and even the fact that people's rights are up for debate, and like they can take it to the Supreme Court and they have to rule on it like frequently, whether or not people have access to human rights. That's the signal that we need to actually get a new Constitution. And even more so, like that's what the founding fathers were saying.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Like, I definitely agree that like there definitely needs to be revisions to it. That's why I kind of like that we have a living document. But I think that like maybe like almost like a Bill of Rights amendment, like a whole new sets of Bill of Rights that are added to what we already have. But I don't know if I can trust in our current government to not take away rights in the as like a disguise of, oh, well, we're rewriting your rights for a more modern era and whatnot. Sorry, my cats are yelling at me to feed them. I'm sorry if you hear that.
No, all good. All good. Like I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong. But what I am saying is like I understand the risk, and even with understanding the risk, I'm still willing to take said risk. I think that risk is like super important. And so since the risk is super important, I think that like we have to do that. Sorry, 1 second here. Where'd that go? Sorry. That's not it. Oh, that's why. Sorry. Here it is. Can you see this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which he's a POS. I don't like him, but
yeah, like take a look at this.
Sorry, I was a public school kid, so
no, you're good. You're good. I was moving this over so people could see it better.
Okay, so that's like, I see where you're coming from.
Do you see the bottom part?
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, end of every 19 years.
Yep. So
is that written into our Constitution?
No, this is what Thomas Jefferson advocated for. He was on the premise with, like, you know, the Constitutional Convention when the actual Constitution was being written. This is something that has been like the premise as far as why it's important to revamp it. Now, the one thing that I will say is, like, 19 years, right? I would argue that 19 years in that time was probably like 50 years or some shit, because, you know, people be dying. But the point being is that, like, trying to live under the same premise, law, constitution, things like that, that was written for people who rode horses and shot muskets is fucking insane for people who drive Lambos and, you know, shoot rockets. So.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but like, what, in your opinion, what's the difference between just writing a whole new constitution and just having like new amendments and, you know, changing certain like wording of certain dialogue for other, like, because if they can revoke rights like with Roe v. Wade and whatnot, things that are federally passed, I know that's not like a constitutional right, but like if they can do that, you know, what's to stop the House from voting on the voting on being able to revise and like edit it? Because I think where I'm really caught up on is the whole getting rid of what we have as a foundation, and like I just don't, and I've already said it, I feel like a broken record, but I just don't have faith that we're still gonna have those inalienable rights.
Yeah, no. So the point that I roll back to is, like, what have we been doing already?
I mean, we've been making amendments, but like if we put into like law that like the actual Bill of Rights gets revised instead of just a whole new one, or like revise the actual Constitution instead of like a whole new one.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, my point is that, like, we've already been doing this. Like, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And more so than like expecting a different result, I think that understanding that the actual United States Constitution, the reason why I mentioned how it was created is because it was built on rotten ground. And like, there's no way that you can keep building on rotten ground and expect the house to stand. And while I understand that there is a need to ensure that we're enshrining rights and enshrining protections, and I even agree with that. Like, I think that, you know, there are certain things within the Constitution that need to be fortified and secured. I think that, like, taking those out and being able to say, like, okay, this is a non-negotiable. And not only is this non-negotiable, we're going to make this protected where nobody can sit here and say, well, what is it? You know, should people have access to birthright citizenship? Should women have access to bodily autonomy? No, fuck that. Like, make this all like facts, law, and untouchable. And with making these things facts, law, and untouchable, we're good. Right. And so, like, I hear you as far as like the trust factor and being able to ensure that, like, the people who are going to properly represent the people. But I think there's so many things that need to be changed, and trying to just, you know, fix this beat up car one more time isn't the way to go.
I got you. So, like, let me ask this: redoing the whole like new constitution, what does that look like in your vision? Like, what does that, like, who does it? How do we determine how many bodies from each representing state or each representing like local government? You know, do we take the president and the three branches out of it completely? Because that's not what was in place when it was written to begin with. Like, that's really, I think, where I'm caught up on.
Yeah. Not gonna hold you. That's not my job. See, the thing about me, Tina, is I'm a big picture guy. Right. I come up with the concepts, the plans, all the ideas and shit like that. I leave it to smart people like you to actually make those detailed determinations. So as far as like being honest, as far as like understanding who would be the specific people that guide this, I wouldn't be able to say like, oh, it's going to be the president or current senators or whatever, because like, if we're going to be realistic, like the people who are currently in power aren't going to actually make changes that's going to negatively impact them, right? Like, that's why they haven't passed the legislation to stop insider trading within Congress. That's why they haven't added term limits. You know, that's why Donald Trump was on board with saying like no insider trading for Congress. But then as soon as they extended it to like the executive branch, he was like, whoa, we can't do that. So like having faith in them actually putting checks and balances on themselves, that's not something I really have faith in. But I think that like with having the conversation and then getting the smart people in the room to actually start to build on said conversation is something that's needed. And we could actually do that. So I would lean on you, right? I think that like the one important reason why I have certain things like this on the background is not because I'm sitting here saying like, this is how we're going to do this and we're going to change all this, da, 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 da. I think one of the biggest things is being able to bring this to light and have that actual conversation and flush out pros, cons, defend my position, and then get people trending towards that direction. And then what I like to do, right? I like to send the people, once I get them on board with the idea, I like to send them over to the idea people. And a lot of times for me, the idea people are like people like Super Solid, Swan, Jeff, like those type of people. So those are the actual idea people that the people that, can tell you how to get shit done. I'm just like the catalyst to say like, hey, let's actually flesh this out. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I think, all right. I was honestly a little bit, while we were talking about this, thinking about like how it would work. Mm-hmm. I think the only way it would actually work in where the people would be happy, or at least like people like you and me would be happy, is I think the only way it would work is if you have one governing persons from each local government that then determine maybe 2 representatives. And I think each representative should have a diversity. Like, I think it should be 1 man, 1 woman from each state, and then a mix of races as well, like in those men and women from each state. I think that's the only way that we would be able to get equal representation, not only for the people in the actual areas, but also like what the country looks like as a whole, like as far as like, the different groups of people that exist in it. But I just don't see how that would even like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like,
I think I need to talk to smarter people too.
I think that, and hold on 1 second, Redwin, like, shut up. You want attention, fucking asshat. You just want attention. I'm gonna put you on mute. Nobody cares about the shit that you're talking about. Like the whole point that I'm getting to, like, I think there are steps that have to be taken before we do that, right? One thing that I think would be like a catalyst that could actually lead us to something like that is shifting towards ranked choice voting, right? And that's not something that's far-fetched because we already have places like New York that engage in ranked choice voting. And you see what happens when, like, an area engaged in ranked choice voting, like Zoran Mandani shows up and like reshapes the entire city, right? And so what I'm saying is once that actually happens and you can get something like that in place, then you can start to actually implement real changes. And so I do think there's a couple of preludes that have to occur prior to doing something like that. And if you get that proper representation that represents like the whole instead of like the individual, I think we got to get like money out of politics, right? And understanding that as long as there's corporate backings and lobbyists that can control politicians through money, then there's a limitation as far as anything that they're willing to do for everyday people. So like all of those things are preludes to saying that we need a new constitution. But like I still stand on business as far as like we need a new constitution.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you are kind of changing my mind with that. Just because where I really am at is like, we all know that it's like so corrupt. And like, I don't know if I could trust our current government with that, but like, if they were like, hey, we're going to come up with a new, constitutional like party that the people could actually vote on, maybe I would be more for it instead. But like, here's the thing, like how you brought up ranked choice voting. Would you rather have ranked choice voting, or would you rather have no, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm blanking, Electoral College?
Combination.
Combination?
Yeah, and just because like having, you know, just a popular vote, while yeah, that's indicative of like a candidate, it's not really indicative of like the country as a whole. I think the two-party system is so flawed in the sense that it doesn't properly represent like our entire country. And so moving away from a two-party system towards a system that allows like you know, multiple candidates to get an opportunity to speak to large groups, and they may have some overlap, but they can actually have decisive differences, and then being able to let them brawl it out over like different rounds of voting. Like I think that's more beneficial than just saying like, oh, who all gets like this one a mass amount of votes. And then like even the voting process, like voting needs to be made a federal holiday, right? We need to simplify the way make it more simple for people to be able to vote. Like we have to fight back against like gerrymandering and purging voting rolls and all this other shit. So like there's a lot that has to be done.
Oh, for sure. This country is a mockery of what it should have been. But I mean, that all goes back to Reagan, but that we'd be here for another 4 hours talking about how he screwed us.
Oh, in so many different ways, like literally.
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan's the devil.
Yeah. But all right, I'm gonna let you, go back to fighting the maggots.
All right.
Fight the good fight. Again, I want to make it clear to everyone, I am not a Trump supporter.
Thank you for the crown.
100% not.
Absolutely. All right. I appreciate you. Have a good one.
Bye.
That's what I'm talking about, guys. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I am not a Trump supporter, but I think I disagree a little bit with something in the background. That's all.
Okay. Can you give me 2 seconds to thank a couple of people and then we can get into it?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm going to mute you for a second because you got a little bit of noise. Guys, W's in the chat for, I think it's pronounced Isdro. I think it's Isdro. Who sent a $1 donation saying, first dono debate Idris debate me. Idris claps Biru. Wait, you said Idris claps Biru? I got you. Don't even worry about it. Hold on.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop fucking lying.
Just so you guys know, like where I stand, just so you guys know the type of time that I'm always on. This is what I'm sitting here looking at right now. Just in case anyone knows or anyone's wondering what type of time I'm always on. So that's not even a debate. That's not even a debate. Literally not even a debate. Sorry. All right, guys. I had to nerd out for a second. Debbie's in the chat for Robin. Robin sent a $20 donation saying, can you recommend 1 or 2 good reads that break down the history of slavery and racism in America, their lasting impacts and relevance today? I'm always trying to deepen my understanding and be a part of a solution. I love from the queer community. Santana, love your work. Yeah, Robin, absolutely. So I don't know if you're part of the Discord, but in the Discord, we have an actual section that breaks down not only like intersectionality, but the implications of like race and how it persists today. And like there's a multiple different resources. So if you're in the Discord, go check out the channel. If not, shoot me a reply on the email, and I'm not the email, but your message. You don't have to send another dono. Just let me know if you're not, and I'll send you a couple of different things that we have listed there. W's in the chat though. W's in the chat for Kat. Kat sent a $25 donation saying, my Bengal leopard's nose is on your lips. Love the sound. Yeah, listen, the kissy hearts. I love it. Like that's literally my favorite thing is the kissy hearts. I do. I just love, that's why I always make it the gift goal, is because I love the kissy hearts. W's in the chat for Brooke for the $1 donation, saying we definitely need to abolish the filibuster. I couldn't agree more. And W's in the chat for Angel for the $2.50 to say, been in a horrible mood finding out my rep Juan Vasquez, who is a Democrat, voted with the Republicans on the war powers vote to continue the war, but lives here, brings me back to earth and back to the solidarity that we need. Thank you for that. Absolutely. I think all of the, like, we need to talk about all of the actual Democrats that did vote for that voted against like limiting Trump's war power. So like that's a whole thing. That's absolutely the whole thing. W's in the chat for all the donos. So guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Also, make sure you hit that follow button. Look up here. You see the word follow. You're not following me. We're trying to get to 100,000 followers. We only have 17 followers on this stream. I am positive that there's more than 17 people that haven't followed me. Hit that follow button, turn on notification. It's weird. There are certain people who watch me every day. Like I get messages and people like, oh, I watch you all the time, but they don't follow. Like it's weird. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button, turn on notifications, follow the backup account. All right, Doe. Floor is yours. You said there's something that you disagree with on the background. I'm going to send you a request to come off mute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I apologize for the background noise. I do work outside.
Yeah, no worries.
Maybe a little wind.
Yeah, no worries.
This is also my first time coming up on live. I normally watch on YouTube. So I apologize if I'm a little slow. I'm a little nervous.
No, you're good.
So the thing I kind of disagree with, and I kind of love that talk you had with I believe their name was Tina, was the new Constitution, and I really think you made some really good, solid points. And I guess I'm a little more open about it now. I'm very interested, but I think the thing that's really holding me back, and I know you said it's kind of definition of insanity is doing the same thing, is the idea of our current Constitution being like a foundation. A lot of what in this new Constitution we might have may reflect some things that we currently have. And so I guess the idea is if we're going to restart, at least like pick and choose some of the things we have right now, maybe change the wording, close up loopholes maybe, and add it to something new and something better. Is that sounding kind of like what you're thinking of? Or
yeah, I definitely think there's a need to like fortify some of the things that are already listed in the Constitution, but even more so, and there we go, good job. I think it's important to understand that like right now, even within the current structure of the Constitution, some of the things that are listed as like, oh, these things are, protected by the Constitution, they're not actually protected. Right. They still have the ability for people to challenge those things, for people to violate those things. And you see things like, again, ICE saying that they no longer need warrants in order to enter people's premise. And so they're willing to violate like the 4th and 5th Amendment. Right. They're willing to violate due process. And then Donald Trump is willing to go after like birthright citizenship. Thank you for the cake. Like, so all of these things that even they supposedly protected by the Constitution, they're not really protected by the Constitution. And so I think there is a need to actually ensure that we address those things.
All right, did it work? Awesome. Okay. Yeah, so I get that. 100% fuck ICE. I'm not MAGA whatsoever. It's just, I don't know. I guess I'm a bit of a nervous Nelly over here, and I hate doing new things. And I know that's kind of bad to say when we need major changes. Like I could sit here and name 5 different things you didn't mention in Tina's discussion that are like big things that we need to change. That I think even majority of people would want, like gerrymandering. That's bullshit. We need that out. Electoral College, that was built for a different time that isn't needed anymore. Like there's just so much. And I'm actually you see in my name, I have a little Canadian flag. I'm moving to Canada due to some of the issues we've been having this past like decade. Big, scary place right now. And it's unfortunate, but I still love my country and I want to help as much as I can. And I guess maybe I'm just stuck in my old ways. I have hope of, you know, making what we have better rather than just starting from scratch. I don't know. Does any of that make sense?
No, I mean, like, I'm not going to say that your thoughts as far as wanting to hold on to what we have is you know, like a desire for people. But what I will say is that, like, holding on to those things and understanding that, like, it's going to be at the detriment of people that, like, it doesn't work. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Sorry, I had to shoot a quick text off. Solid, I know you're watching. Check your text message. I want to, before I you know, appropriate something, I want to make sure that it's fine, that I actually use an example. But like the point that I'm getting across is like understanding that the current iteration of the Constitution, while is it's something that like a lot of people hold on to and say like, oh, you know, at least we have some rights. It's literally not enough. It's not enough. G to G. All right, perfect. So I wanted to check with Solid before I gave. So I was I had the pleasure of having to sit down with Solid yesterday, and he gave an amazing analogy, right? And so I want you to think about this. If there was a situation where I told you that myself and my opponent are fighting, and if I win the fight, then you don't eat for a week. But if my opponent wins the fight, you get to eat for 3 days. Who are you going to root for?
Obviously, the individual that says you get to eat for 3 days, but I mean that still falls extremely short. You know.
Wait. Hold on. So, what if I told you that my opponent is a mannequin, and of course, mannequins, they can't move, they can't fight back, they're just there. And again, if I win, you don't eat for a week. But if somehow the mannequin wins, then you get to eat for 3 days. Who are you pulling for?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know how to answer that question, because at that point, it's I'm voting for you or nobody.
Yeah. So you're hoping for a miracle, right? You're hoping that somehow that, you know, I'm gonna, like, the mannequin's gonna fall over and I'm gonna trip, and like the mannequin somehow is just gonna like whip my ass, right? And the point being is that while we're stuck in a system and we talk about a constitution that benefits some people some ways a little bit, but doesn't actually like benefit everybody in 4 ways, it hurts people in multiple ways. Holding on to the hope that this current iteration of the Constitution is somehow going to hold people or keep people safe, while overwhelmingly showing that like it is harming people. Like it's more pertinent to actually get rid of it and make something new than to continue to try to like just barely have human rights. I mean, like literally, we barely have human rights. So that's the point.
Yeah, no, I get that. That was a really good analogy. I like that.
W's in the chat for Solid. That's why. Listen, I had to text him and see, because you know I be stealing shit. But like I like to make sure that I give people the proper credit, and plus, you know, I wouldn't want to roll out his analogy before he did. So, but like, fucking great analogy. Solid has some pretty good analogies. So, but that's the point, right? And so understanding that, yes, while the Constitution definitely actually gives some protections, it's not enough to sit here and say like, oh, we have to hold on to the Constitution.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. Like this is pretty solid.
It's super solid.
No pun intended.
Yeah, super solid.
Yeah, I really like that. I can kind of imagine it in the sense. So I'm a bit of a gamer myself, where you know, say I'm playing a game and I would need to try a new build, new character model completely from scratch. You know, I can go New Game Plus and start all over again.
Yep.
Or I can just wipe it all and start from scratch that way. And it's always more enjoyable, at least in my opinion, to just wipe it all and start something completely new, because you know, if you start with something, and I guess this is weird that I'm saying this, because it just, what you said just like clicked. You know, you're in a way, it's kind of in the game idea, at least it's starting from somewhere that not always determines your build. You know, your build develops over time. It's not necessarily something
you can't be a mage if you start off building like a tank. Like, it doesn't work that way. So yeah.
All right. Well, hey, thank you, Santana. I appreciate you. I'd love to keep watching your streams, and
absolutely.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna head out.
Absolutely, absolutely. I appreciate you. Have a good one. Solid. I saw what you said. I wasn't saying it specifically because I didn't know if I could talk about it, but can I talk about it? Like, are we G to G for me to talk about it? I didn't want to just go ahead and throw it out there. Again, I don't know how you roll stuff out, so I didn't want to just say it. But like, if I can talk about it, I'm gonna talk about it. W's in the chat for Elizabeth. Elizabeth sent a $5 donation, saying, "May I join the Discord? Love what you do." Elizabeth, first and foremost, thank you so much for the $5 dono. If you want to join the Discord, you have to be a member over on YouTube, a super fan over on TikTok, or a sub over on Twitch. If you like subscribe to any of those things, then you can absolutely do it. And then you can, there's a link. I got to update the link in this on Twitch, but yeah, that's how you get into the Discord. I got it. Perfect. Solid. Thank you. W's in the chat as well for Sarah for the $5 donation. Says, thanks for bringing me up, man. Good talk. Also, you always thank you for always making my workday go faster. Absolutely, Sarah. W's in the chat for Sarah. Thank you so much for that $5 dono. And W's in the chat for Jane. Jane sent a $5 super chat to say, in Australia, if they want to change the Constitution, it does go through a referendum. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Jane. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. 1.2 thousand people hanging out. Guys, make sure that if you look up here and you see the word follow, you're not following me, hit that follow button. There's only 22 new followers on the stream. I'm positive we got more than 22 people. So make sure that you hit that follow button. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're over on YouTube, if you're over on Twitch, you can hit that link. As a matter of fact, I'll drop the link in the chat again. You can hit that link and it will allow you to come up and debate. You don't even have to leave your safe space. You don't have to leave your safe space. You can just click that link. While we give it a moment, so just to talk to you guys, Kate, you said defund the entire military. Come up here and talk to me about it. I can't tell you about it from the comments. You got to get up here and say it with your chest. Anyway, while we wait for someone to actually get up here, I will tell you guys what I did yesterday. Super exciting, super fun, like fucking super fun, right? Yesterday, I had the pleasure of being on the For the Proletariat podcast, and that's Solid's podcast. He had myself and Jeff, and for like an hour and a half, me, Solid, and Jeff had a great conversation, like an amazing conversation that centered around religion, deconstruction, politics. Like, it was like really good. Really good. So Solid said that it comes out Monday at noon. I'm assuming that's probably Eastern. But like, if you are not in tune with the For the Proletariat podcast, I think you may have to join the Patreon. I'm not exactly sure, but like, holy shit, I am so ready for that episode. It was dope. It was a lot of fun recording. It was a great conversation. We could have talked for hours. Like, it was so good. So I'm super excited to hear it on Monday. So there's that. Again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Love your style. You're cool as shit. No, Natalie, you're cool as shit. You are. Love you. Let's check. Take back our country. Yeah, absolutely. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. It's absolutely time for change. Absolutely 100% time for change. And the way that we start with change is by doing a couple fundamental things. First and foremost, we absolutely need to remove men from leadership. That's a non-starter. That's a non-starter. Men, we have failed. There's no reason for men to still be in charge of shit. Fuck it. Give the power to women. Period. Next, defund the military. I know that's scary. I know that's scary, but listen, we got to do it. A new constitution. Again, I think that people hold on to the Constitution because they have some type of fear that if we didn't have the Constitution, then they would be able to, or they would like lose out on some other shit. But like, no, we got to get rid of it. DEI everything. Come talk to me about it. And last but not least, we got to end white privilege. One thing that no one has come up here and actually push back on is ending white privilege. And I'm actually just happy that everyone is absolutely agreeing that we need to end white privilege. That's an easy dub. That's an easy dub. That's an easy dub. Oh, I thought we had someone. W's in the chat for holy fuck. Guys, holy fuck. A million W's in the chat for Shannon. Shannon sent a $100 donation. $100 donation saying, loving the new setup. Shannon, holy fuck. First and foremost, thank you so much for that $100 donation. That is crazy. That is crazy. W's in the chat for Shannon. Holy fuck. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shannon, yeah, listen, it's been a long battle, like a long battle. And like, I got new cameras, I got new lighting. I worked on the audio. Like, there's been a whole bunch of stuff. And even this morning before I went live, I had to rerun the wires. Like, I started rerunning the wires last night. I had to do some more this morning. I had to go get new RAM because like the reason why the stream kept crashing for the last couple of days is apparently when you use TikTok Studio, that it uses a lot of the RAM. And so before I was starting my stream, like just baseline with having things up and having camera, because guys, if you guys are watching on TikTok, you're watching here, right? But this camera is watching YouTube and Instagram, Twitch over here. There's different looks depending on which camera you're on or which stream you're watching. So TikTok sees one thing, YouTube and Instagram sees the same thing, and then Twitch sees something different. So all of those platforms have different camera views, right? So we set those up. We got the lights done, all this other stuff. So it's been like a whole process, but my RAM, it was at 91% before I even started my stream, right? So 91% before I started my stream. And as soon as I went live, that's why I was only able to be live for like 8 minutes before it completely crashed. And like, I had to go and get more RAM. Like, even like looking right now, it's currently at 55% while we're streaming, 55%. And when I tell you guys, for 64 gigs, it's over $1,000. For 64 gigs, it's over $1,000. It's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. But having to like make sure that I get all of these things, because the one thing that I pride myself on is presentation, right? That's something that I've been trying to make sure that when I go live, I'm not just, like turning shit on. I want to make sure that, you guys get the best quality sound, video, lights. I want to make sure that I'm presenting the best information. I've been working off Studio to put like shit on the screen and just like do all of these things. And like, so It was fucked, but it'll be worth it. It'll pay off in the long run because I want people to be able to enjoy the stream. And so, like, I want to make it a space where people want to come to participate in and be a part of. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What point do you disagree with the most where you'd like to start?
Everything, because first of all, Donald J. Trump is the best president ever. We need him. The people need him. The country needs him. So if you don't know that, you're a dumbass. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So again, you didn't answer the question. Maybe it's a tracking issue, but it's okay. I'll repeat. Which point on the background do you disagree with the most where you would like to start?
And white privilege.
Okay. Why do you disagree with the fact that we need to end white privilege?
Because everybody in the country has some privilege.
Okay, that's not an argument about why we shouldn't end white privilege.
It is. So what you mean by like white privilege? What is the definition for you?
Okay, so like that's how you actually get to the point of an argument. I got you. Don't even worry about it. When I say in white privilege, when I talk about white privilege is the ability for people that are white to move through society without additional barriers or roadblocks that non-white people deal with. It's literally just the ability for people to say like, hey, you know, I'm not being stopped by extra outside factors that keep me from being able to do so. The actual existence of white privilege does not say that, oh, like white people are bad because they have white privilege. And one of the key factors of having white privilege is not even realizing that you have white privilege. So understanding what it is and dismantling it to make more of a balanced society is beneficial. And it will keep those people who are being disenfranchised by white privilege. It will actually help that to, you know, make a better country as a whole.
Yo, Santana, can I ask you something, man?
Sure, but can you engage with the? That's fine. Okay, that's cool. Can you engage with the point that I just said? Oh, okay. Yeah. He said he's gonna. Is he gonna slur? At least he didn't slur. Like you know, we know what he was about, but at least he didn't slur. Oh well. Oh, I thought we had Susan, but Susan dropped. At least he didn't slur. Whatever. We know for a fact that he wasn't trying to engage for a good debate. Like I knew what he was doing, but you know, whatever. Debbie's in the chat for MAGA Cries. MAGA Cries sent a $2 donation saying, I've been told by people in my other online communities that my TikTok stream name is cringy and I should change it. What do you think? I think that MAGA Cries is dope, and we should be drinking those MAGA tears. So yeah, absolutely. Debbie's in the chat. Do they really get points for not slurring? Kinda. Like the bars in hell, Kenny, the bars in hell, not gonna hold you. The fucking bars in hell. So like, W's in the chat for Lisa for the $5 donation saying thank you for keeping us informed. Lisa, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Thank you for the love and support and your kindness. You're fucking dope. I try my best. I really, really do. I really, really do. W's in the chat for all the donos. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, guys. Again, if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. If you look up in the top corner, if you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Again, we're trying to make it to 100,000 followers, and we're close to being like 5,000 followers away from 100,000 followers. So please, 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 please hit that follow button. A couple of things that I want to talk about, right? That we did not get a chance to actually talk about. Well, we'll see. 1 second. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Oh, okay. Guys, if you haven't saw this, the February job numbers came out this morning. February job numbers came out this morning. If you did not see this, the U.S. economy lost 92,000 jobs in February. And so I'm reading this from the BBC. The job numbers in the U.S. economy fell last month. An unexpected, wait, hold on. Oh, an unexpected contraction that has new questions on whether the labor market in the U.S. may be starting to crack. It lost 92,000 jobs. Unemployment went up to 4.4%. Right. Employment in the federal government also continued to shrink by 10,000 last month since hitting a peak in October of 2024. The government employment dropped by 330,000 or 11% of the labor department. That's something that, like, no matter how you slice it, the fact that the fucking job market is where it is speaks to the fact that people have no idea why they actually voted for Trump. Because anyone who sits here and says like, oh, I voted for Trump to improve the economy or like all this other shit, like, you lied to yourself. You got played. Like that's what we're talking about. You literally got played. Right. And so, like, stop fucking saying the stupid shit. Right. A couple other things that I want to make sure that I speak to is, I don't know if you guys have heard this, but Donald Trump specifically, Donald Trump is out here saying that he does not want to get a peace deal. I don't know if you guys saw this, right? But when it comes to the conflict in Iran, Trump is saying that he has no interest in signing a peace deal. He wants, quote unquote, total surrender, which they're already saying like the war in Iran is going to tick up and is going to continue to expand. It's super interesting. People who support Donald Trump and people who are literally the crowd that's like, no new wars, are now sitting here saying like, oh, we need this. And not only are they saying like, we need this. Hey, thank you for the dinosaur. That was in the chat, Laura. And not only are they saying like, we need this, but they are now trying to justify it, saying, oh, this is a good thing. So first I want to play a sound for you. And this is Donald Trump talking about why the United States had to attack Iran.
Happened all very quickly. We thought, and I thought maybe more so than most, I could ask Marco, but I thought we were going to have a situation where we were going to be attacked. They were getting ready to attack Israel. They were getting ready to attack others. You're seeing that right now. And a lot of those missiles that are hitting in, those are stationary. Those were aimed there for a long period of time at these other countries. So I think I was right about that. We attacked first. And if we didn't, it could have been, you know, look, we're really decimating them. They're being decimated. And if we didn't, and by the way, we have massive amounts of ammunition. We have the high end. A lot of it was given away stupidly by Biden, very stupidly, for free. And I'm all for Ukraine, but they gave away a lot. As you know, when I give away ammunition, everybody pays for it. The European Union's paying for it. Then they can do what they want with it, but they are giving it, let's say, to Ukraine, and it's okay.
So again, Donald Trump actually said the reason why we had to attack Iran is because they were going to attack us first, which is the same shit that Israel has been saying. Israel was literally saying the same shit. Bibi Netanyahu has been saying this shit for years, which that should actually tell you something. That should actually tell you where Donald Trump loyalties lie. Right? But then Donald Trump actually followed up with saying this.
I said, what's left? But they're tough and they want to fight. And they're calling, they're saying, how do we make a deal? I said, you're being a little bit late. And we want to fight now more than they do.
Donald Trump is now saying that Iran is saying that they want a peace agreement, but he's rejecting the premise of a peace agreement, which I'm super interested to find out if they're actually calling about a peace agreement. But more than anything else, Donald Trump is openly admitting that he is sending American soldiers to die, because that's exactly what's been happening, because he doesn't want to stop fighting. That's what we're dealing with. That's literally what we're dealing with. Donald Trump is absolutely incompetent. And anyone that is still supporting Donald Trump is absolutely a traitor to the country. There's no way in hell that you can listen to this man say the shit that he says and say that you have complete and total confidence in him. There's no way. There's no way. He doesn't give a shit about American people. He cares about his pockets, he cares about his donors, and he cares about his quote unquote legacy. That's it. That's it. That's all. Now, one more call out that I have is for all those people who talked about Joe Biden, how he was old, incompetent, and like, you know, on that, all that bullshit, right? But then they also said they couldn't vote for Kamala Harris because she couldn't answer a question and she couldn't put a sentence together. This is what they said, right? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Didn't they say that Kamala Harris couldn't answer a question and she quote unquote did word salad? That's what they said. Am I tripping? Am I wrong? Okay. So we've already established that was a problem. That was a problem. Biden was old. He was incoherent. This is Donald Trump yesterday. March 5th, 2026. Listen to Donald Trump.
Grid. In addition to that, we're fixing the grid. Now, if we didn't do this, this was, I believe, I don't know, nobody's going to challenge you or challenge me. I think this was my idea. I said, wait a minute, we can't. When I first got involved with AI, they said, we will need triple the energy. Think of this, triple the energy.
What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Was his dentures getting ready to slip out? Was he inebriated? Or is he almost fucking 80 years old leading the country because people didn't want to see a black woman in power? Did they really vote for an 80-year-old fucking traitor to the country because they didn't want to see a black woman in power? And that's what we have now. Someone said, play it again. Don't even worry about it, sweetheart. I got you.
Grid. In addition to that, we're fixing the grid. Now, if we didn't do this, this was, I believe, I don't know, nobody's going to challenge you or challenge me. I think this was my idea. I said, wait a minute, we can't. When I first got involved with AI, they said, we will need triple the energy. Think of this, triple the energy.
What the fuck was that? What was that? What was that? Somebody answered the question. What was that? So I'm over Trump supporters pretending as if your daddy is strong, as if anyone is afraid of your daddy. I'm over Trump supporters pretending that Donald Trump is the bastion of strength. Donald Trump is an old, feeble man who is harming the American people, who does not care whether or not your gas goes up. Does not care whether or not your groceries goes up. Donald Trump does not care if veterans have homes. Donald Trump does not care if people have access to medical help. Donald Trump does not care whether your kids eat or your kids are educated. But somehow you still support him. But somehow you still believe that he's going to, quote unquote, make America great again. But somehow you think that Donald Trump was preferable to Kamala Debbie Harris. Why? Why? So you're telling me that we're fucked as a country because you didn't like the way that she laughed. Kate, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yes, I was talking about, or I had a question about the defund the military. I definitely don't support Trump. Fuck ICE, fuck Trump, fuck all that.
Okay, all right. Give me 1 second. Let me thank a couple of people and then we can get into it. W's in the chat for Julius. Julius in a $5 super chat to say, Reverend Jesse Jackson Memorial is happening now. Obama, Biden, Harris, and the Clintons are expected to speak. That's what true leadership looks like. You're absolutely right. W's in the chat for Julius for that $5 super chat. We know for a fact that Donald Trump don't give a shit about Jesse Jackson, even though like people who say, you know, that like Donald Trump was friends with Jesse Jackson and all this other shit. Like, yeah, whatever. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Michael. Michael sent a $20 donation, said, I appreciate the work that you put in on screen and off. I know that my daughters will see a bright future with strong voices like you and a whole bunch of others. Always listening and never taking the work you do and put in for granted. Thank you, my friend Michael. Thank you so much. I like that means the entire world to me. Like seriously, you have no idea how much I want to make sure that I'm doing right by you and our community and just being good stewards of the things that you guys give me. And you guys give me a platform. You guys give me the ability to do this day in and day out. And I would never be able to do anything. There's no way my voice would be heard if it wasn't for you guys. So thank you. I mean that. W's in the chat for Ivy for the $21 donation saying, good morning, Santana. Happy I caught you at work during lunch. It's my favorite thing when you call people bub and rub their fifis in their faces. The yappers like to compensate. IMO, love you. I love you so much more. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying, didn't Trump say that he's perfectly fine with U.S. deaths and war? He absolutely did. Absolutely said that. W's in the chat for Sydney, who sent a $5 donation saying for the vibes. Oh, wait, hold on. This is old. Sorry. W's in the chat for Talon. Talon sent a $2 donation saying, love what you're doing. Watch you every day. Listen, Talon, lock in with me, twin. We good. And last but not least, guys, W's in the chat for Big Shell, who sent a $10 super chat to say, it straight up bothers me that MAGA was like, Biden is 79. He's too old. And then they voted for a dude that's only 2 to 3. He's 3 years younger and said, this is fine. Hypocrites, fucking hypocrites. They are, absolutely are. And last but not least, W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation saying, did you hear that Tennessee is trying to make Charlie Kirk a day for September 10th, a national holiday? But they say they're not white nationalists. Yeah. Like you can tell people are showing who they really are with this whole Charlie Kirk bullshit. Like apparently South Carolina is trying to name a highway after them. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Yeah, like that's fucking crazy. Anyway, W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Let's get the likes up to 300,000 likes. Also, 1.3 thousand people hanging out. If you look up at the top, hit that follow button. If you see the word follow, you're not following me, hit that follow button. All right, Kate, sorry. You said that you wanted to disagree with the premise as far as defunding the military.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, tell me why.
I don't think we should defund the entire military, right?
So, all right, I'll give you my argument.
Like when we say defund,
sure.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'll give you my argument because a lot of people don't necessarily understand what that means. And the point that I'm trying to get across is like while there is a necessity for the military, understanding like what the military is currently comprised of, the amount of funding that the United States military gets, and how that actually is like at the detriment of American citizens is super important. All right. So our current military budget is about $1 trillion. And at the same time, with our current military budget being $1 trillion, it also is something that Donald Trump is saying like, hey, we need to raise this to $1.5 trillion. The top 15 budgets for military in the world, the United States is not only number one, but out of the next 14, 11 of the 14 are our allies, and one is like neutral, India. India isn't necessarily our allies, but you know, we're not banging with them. But if you take the current military budget and you cut it in half, we still have the largest military budget by $300 billion. So the point that I'm getting across is that we can actually reallocate large portions of that military budget, and even instead of reallocating additional funds to the military budget, actually reallocate those to the betterment of people and society as a whole, our country and society as a whole. And then at the same time, look at strengthening partnerships with our allies, which is way more important. Right. Again, those 11 countries that are our allies, we need to be working on building bridges with them.
Yes. So I actually completely agree with that then. I'm a veteran, Air Force veteran as well. And I was completely shocked at the amount of, at first I thought I disagreed. I will clarify. At first I thought I disagreed. But that explanation, I completely agree. There is absolutely way too much funding for us to be able to protect ourselves. And I definitely think we need to be on a defense, not an offense. And for Trump saying no new wars, this is, you know, and oh, I'm already shaking because that makes me so mad. Obama stood for 45 minutes in a full salute and Trump couldn't even show up.
Yeah. Yeah.
So absolutely. That's why I kind of have an issue with like, don't defund the military, because I still have family and friends who are active duty and you know, reservist guard and whatnot. But at the same time, I definitely think we could reallocate, like you said, reallocate that money. So
yeah,
I don't
and it which time, like
I definitely think I think it's correct to say that. Yes.
I think with like reallocating, you know, like we have to reimagine the way that we do things. And I think something that's missing is the treatment of our men and women in uniform, right? Like the fact that the men and women in uniform fight for basic needs. And like, if you're going to put your life on the line to serve our country, then you shouldn't have to worry about healthcare, housing, food, like those things have to be taken care of. And not only just taken care of while they're active, but after they finish serving our country. And so like, there's a big gap as far as like the money that we spend to engage in conflict versus the money that we spend to like make sure that we benefit American citizens and even the people that's fighting for our freedom. So like, that's the point that I'm getting to.
Yes, cool. Yeah, because I definitely think if we have give a mouse a cookie. You know, we gave Trump $1 trillion. Now he wants 1.5. Now he wants this. And now give an inch, take a mile. And it's not even that we gave
give a Trump a rope. He want to be a cowboy. Yep.
Yeah, I agree. W. Santana.
Yeah.
No, I definitely agree.
Yep.
You, Dean, and Parker have completely helped me change my grandmother's mind. And
awesome.
Unfortunately, I work in a place with, collectively, my bosses are about 150 years old. And they're Jewish. And they're very much MAGA. They called me hysterical and crazy for asking about the E. Jean Carroll thing. They said, "Oh, you just believe anything."
That, you know, the one thing that there's a couple of things that I don't debate, and like I respect anyone who's willing to debate, you know, certain topics or whatever. But I have no interest in debating whether or not that he raped E. Jean Carroll. He did. Like, I have no interest in debating. Like like certain people, for people who are willing to actually say, well, technically it wasn't rape. No, fuck you. Like, that's gross. I refuse to do it. And so like people who are willing to disengage in those like those points, you're just showing who you are. I talked to a guy yesterday or last night when I was live with you know, Dean, and he was like, oh, you know, I don't like Trump as a person, but like he's doing this. And I'm like, You're literally trying to
I
separate.
think I caught that one. Yes.
Yeah, he was trying.
He's the same human.
Yeah, he's trying to separate like the bad shit that he's done with like his politics or whatever. And I gave the example of like R. Kelly. Like black people don't fuck with R. Kelly because of the bad shit. I Believe I Could Fly is a fucking amazing song. Like who doesn't know the remix to Ignition? I can't listen to this is Mr. Biggs. How you doing, Mr. Like I can't even do that shit because he's a horrible person. You can't separate the two. So, you know.
I mean, it's baffling. Even as a white woman myself, I completely agree with the in-white privilege on that aspect because we do have privilege, and I live in the South as well, where cannabis is illegal. And not to out myself,
I gotta drop you because you can't say that word. But go ahead and finish. I gotta drop you. Finish your point.
I definitely get away with things way more than everybody else.
Absolutely.
And it's not fair. It's not okay. And fuck Trump, fuck ICE.
Absolutely. All right. I appreciate you. I'm gonna drop you down.
Have a good one, Santana.
You too. Guys, you can't say the name of drugs on TikTok. Ooh. Who is Greg? Greg, let's see, Greg 5183. If we have it in Canada and anyone with any sense, All Springs Extra, Blue Cross Insurance, healthcare is absolutely trash. Oh, okay. Sure, Greg. I don't give a shit about what you're talking about over on YouTube. So I'm gonna go ahead and put you in timeout. Either get in a box or shut the fuck up. I don't care which one. Like literally, I don't care which one. Either get in a box or shut the fuck up. Like seriously. I'll drop that link again for you, Greg. But you don't get to yip yap in my chat. Like no keyboard warriors. Click that link. One thing that I do want to say really quick to kind of put a bow on that whole conversation as far as like what she was saying about white privilege. The one thing that I like to make sure people understand is that like just because we say that like white privilege is real and like white people have white privilege, we are not saying that you're bad people. No one is saying that you're evil. I think that so many people feel like personally attacked when we talk about these things, that they are refusing to deal with these things because they feel like we're talking about them specifically, right? And so when I talk about like misogyny or racism or like any of those things, I'm not talking about you individually because I don't know you individually, right? Now, if you come up here and you're a fucking misogynist, then I can call you misogynist. If you come up here and you're a fucking racist, I can call you racist. If you come up here and you're a fucking fascist, then I know I can call you fascist. But me talking about those things is not me saying that you are those things. But if you engage in those things and you do those things, then I can call you those things. But so many people actually get in their feelings, and they get their feelings hurt because they think that like, oh, you're personally attacking me because I'm this. And that's why when you see like even like yesterday, someone came up and they said, oh, remove men from leaders, remove men leaders. And it was like, oh, you're talking about all men. You said all men. And I was like, when did I say all? Like, when did I say all men are the problem? I'm sitting here telling you that based off of the facts, the information and the data, men as a whole have had a bad track record. And so since there's enough of a sample set to understand how men have impacted society as a whole, then I'm willing to say like, this is, something that we can throw out and say like, we need to do something different. I'm not saying every single individual is, a part of this demographic or does this thing, but more than likely looking at the numbers, right? So that's the weird shit that they engage with. Guys, a couple of things. If you would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. Also, if you're over on YouTube, you can click that link that's at the top of my page of the pinned message. You can come up and debate me. You do not have to leave YouTube. You can stay in your safe space and you can still come up and debate me. If you're over on TikTok, get in the box. Get in the box if you disagree with anything on the background. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. We are looking for some debates. Keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 300,000 likes. Also, make sure you hit that follow button, guys. We're trying to get to 100,000 followers, and we're close to like 95,000. So make sure you hit that follow button. Follow me over on YouTube. We're trying to get to 19,000, and we're trying to crack 1,000 on Twitch. So make sure that you're following me in all the places. All right, so I covered Donald Trump, but there's a couple other things that I want to make sure that I do cover. This is super important. This is super important. I want to make sure that I show you guys this. So we understand what's been happening in Texas, right? Like, that's a whole thing. We got to talk about that. Hi, Erica. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit the button.
No worries.
I'm sorry.
No worries. I'll drop you down.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. So, guys, couple of things that we have to talk about because, okay, I haven't said this yet. I haven't been live. I did not have the opportunity to talk about what happened in Texas, right? I did not have the opportunity to talk about what happened in Texas. So as far as Jasmine Crockett and James Tellerico, people who know me know who I was getting behind. Jasmine Crockett, easy, simple, right? Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett was with all the smoke and was literally the person that we needed. Now, James Tellerico, he won. Santana, are you willing to support James Tellerico since he's the Democratic nominee in Texas? Yes. Simple. Simple. Yes. Is he the nominee that I wanted? No, absolutely not. Am I willing to support him because he's better than Ken Paxton? Yes. Right? But what I will tell you is this is the second time in recent history that we saw a black woman that was more qualified than the white man get put to the side for the patriarchy. This is the second time in recent history that we saw the black woman pushed to the side for the white man to uphold the patriarchy. Now, I know you guys are going to be like, Santana, you always make yourself about race. Why is it always got to be race? You're race. It's about race because it's always fucking about race. I'm sorry. Like, literally fucking abolish race if you don't want me to talk about it. It's a social construct. Fucking abolish it and all of the benefits and factors that still present if you don't want me to talk about it. Until you do that, I'm going to keep talking about it. Now, with that being said, for all of those people, stick with me. Stick with me. For all of those people, why is she on APAC then, dude? Come up here and talk. What is this? Barbarly or whatever. I don't give a shit about what you're saying in the comments. I'm gonna mute you because like, fuck your comments, right? But I'm sending you a request. Get up here and catch this fade. How about that? How about that? Get up here and catch this fade. Bio, or whatever the fuck your name is. Get up here. That's what I thought, you coward. That's what I thought. Anyway, for all the people who voted for Donald Trump and is literally sitting here saying, I regret my vote. We fucking told you. We fucking told you. If you're in Texas and you voted for Donald Trump and then you turned around and voted for James Tellerico for the primary, I'm telling you, you chose comfort. There's so many people that chose to vote for James Tellerico instead of Jasmine Crockett, because he was a white man and they was like, a white man can win. And they didn't think the black woman could win. But if you fucking put the energy, resources, and time behind the black woman, and not only can she win, but she will do a hell of a job. James Tellerico, he's okay. He's decent. But James Tellerico, in my opinion, leads too much with religion. I understand that's the state that he's in. He's in Texas, and you have to speak to the religious crowd. But he leans heavily into that. He didn't have the experience that Jasmine Crockett has. James Tellerico does not have the resume to stack up against Jasmine Crockett. If you think that I'm fucking lying, go look at what Jasmine Crockett just did to Kristi Noem that got Kristi Noem up out the paint. If you think that I'm fucking lying, go look at Kristi Noem testifying and how Jasmine Crockett sent her through the wood chipper. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of how Kamala Harris dismantled Jeff Sessions. That reminds me of how Kamala Harris dismantled Bill Barr. Literally, that's what happened. User 12 says yapping. Oh, okay. Get up here. Get up here, User 12. I don't give a shit about that. I'm muting you. Get up here. Come debate me. I'm sending you a request. Get up here. That reminds me of the way that Kamala Harris completely dismantled those people in Trump's first administration, and how literally Bill Barr said to Kamala Harris, "You have me nervous." Bill Barr was scared of Kamala Harris. That's what we need. We need actual fighters. We need actual people who aren't just going to pay lip service. Now, James Tellerico talked a big game. James Tellerico absolutely talked a big game about voting to end AIPAC and voting to get money out of politics. James Tellerico talked a big game. Listen, I hear you. Now you got to walk that walk. You got to walk that walk, my boy. I want to see the shit happen. I want to see you actually do it. It better not just be lip service. But I'm sitting here saying every single time, a qualified black woman has stood up, whether it's Jasmine Crockett, whether it's Kamala Harris, whether it's Stacey Abrams. The Democratic Party, which is supposed to be the party of progression, the party that's leading people forward, every single fucking time that there is a qualified black woman that can push our country forward, they always opt for the white man to let the actual progression fall to the wayside. And it's for comfort. It's literally for comfort. I'm not knocking James Tellerico. I'm saying that Jasmine Crockett was better. I'm not saying that I won't support James Tellerico. I'm saying that Jasmine Crockett was better. Now, with that being said, there are some exciting things that I absolutely have to talk about. There's some absolutely exciting things that I have to talk about, and I would be remiss if I didn't. So I'm going to put this on the screen, and we have to look at this. All right, that's there. And thank you for the gloves. What up, Swan? W's in the chat for Swan. That's there. All right. All right. So you guys, let me know when you can see this. Let me know when you can see this. Boom. Let's move this over a little bit. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Are we good? Can everyone see it? Are we good? We're good? Okay, perfect. So this is the map. This is the map of Republicans that voted in Texas. And if you take a look at Starr County with the 95% in, 117 people voted for Ken Paxton. I'm sorry, voted for Cornyn. And then 109 people voted for Paxton, right? That's Starr County. That's in Texas. This is what it looked like. Now, I want you guys to take a look at this and tell me what you notice. Oh, why didn't it? Hold on. Why didn't it change? Open. Move this up a little bit. This is Texas, and this is Starr County in Texas. $4,174 people voted for James Tellerico. 1,996 people voted for Jasmine Crockett. And 528 people voted for Hassan. The reason why I'm calling this out is not necessarily to even speak to the discrepancy between Jasmine Crockett and James Tellerico. It's to bring this point up. Let me put this map back up one more time. It's literally to bring this fact up. What is, oh, sorry. It's literally to bring this fact up. If you look at this, if you're taking a look at this very county, Starr County, the reason why I keep mentioning Starr County is because in the 2024 presidential election, Starr County overwhelmingly voted for Donald J. Trump. Donald Jimothy Trump. With nearly 7,000, 95% of the total votes in Starr County in Texas. 95% of all votes went to the Democrats. Donald Trump won Starr County in 2024 by 54%. 54%. Where Donald Trump got 54% of the actual votes in this actual primary cycle, 95% of all the votes in Starr County went to Democrats. If that's not a fucking canary in the coal mine, I don't know what it is. If you don't understand what this means, then you have no fucking idea what's happening. You don't get it, and that's fine. Republicans, it's fine. If you don't understand, it's fine. But I'm telling you, you're fucked. You're fucked, bub. You are completely cooked. A couple other things that I want to talk about, and I think this is important to see. This is important to know. We have to talk about, oh, no, not that, sorry. We have to talk about the actual Arizona polls, because we know that Arizona is absolutely a swing state. And we talk about Arizona being a swing state. That's another place that you have to take a step back and you have to say, hey, what's happening in Arizona? This is what's happening in Arizona. Katie Hobbs is currently polling at a clip that will actually blow the governor race out of the water. Republicans, if you don't see what's happening, you're about to get fucking hit in the face. That's why Democrats keep winning these elections. That's why Democrats keep, like, the fucking Democrats won an election and, hold on, you know what? Don't even worry about it. Like, I'm not even gonna tell you. I'm just gonna show you. Give me a second here. Where is it? Where is it? I'm not even gonna tell you. I'm just gonna put it on the screen. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, here it is. Got it. Download. Now, for anyone sitting here saying that, oh, the Democrats aren't going to win, the Democrats, like, oh, this is not a big deal. This is not an issue. Everything's fine. For anyone saying that everything's fine, cool. Cool. If everything is fine, then explain this shit to me. If everything is fine, then explain this shit to me. If everything is okay, why the fuck are Democrats flipping seats in Arkansas? Wokeness is fear mongering. Hey, Kirby, get up here and debate me. I'm muting you. Get up here and debate me on that. Wokeness is fear mongering. Get up here and debate me. This is fucking Arkansas. The Democrats are winning seats in Arkansas, in Mississippi, in Georgia, in Ohio. They're literally kicking the Republicans' teeth in across the board. And you guys don't even know what's coming. You guys have no idea what's coming. So if you're confused about what's happening, that's okay. That's okay. Continue to be confused. Because my favorite quote from Mike Tyson, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. That's from Mike Tyson. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I don't even know why it brought me up.
All right, no doubt. I got you. I'll drop you down. Couple of quick thank yous. I gotta get to these really quick, guys. And then there's a couple other things that I have to, like, something super important that I have to show you guys. Oh. Hey, Kirby.
Hello. Hey, I was talking shit to, I think his name was Drew. I am so pro like Drew.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry, sorry. Oh, I got you. Oh, yeah, I got you. I'm sorry. Sometimes friendly fire happens, but also I see Drew right here. Hey, Drew, get in the fucking box, you coward. Get up here. Mute. Mute. Get up here. I'm sending you a request. There he is.
Coward.
Yeah, you're a coward.
Before. I'm not a coward. I've been up here before.
Yeah, yeah, I don't remember you. That's fine. Hold on a second. Kirby, I'm going to drop you down. I appreciate it.
Okay, it's about wokeness, but
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. We can get into it. Give me 2 seconds, Drew, because I got to say thank you to a couple of people. W's in the chat. Holy shit, I'm behind on super chats. Sorry, guys. I am behind on super chats. W's in the chat for Andrew. Andrew sent a $1.99 super chat to say, good to see you, Santana. Hope all is well. Drew. Not this Drew, but another Drew.
No, that was me.
That was you?
Yeah, I saw you on YouTube, so I came over to TikTok, bro.
Oh, and you came to catch a fade?
I'm not here to catch any fades.
No, we're going to find out. Hold on for a second. Because like you just got called out in the chat. So we're going to find out. Hold on. W's in the chat for Sin, who sent a $4.99 YouTube super chat to say, I voted for Jasmine, but here's hoping James can fight for us and won't bend the knee. Exactly. Like, that's where we are. Literally, that's where we are. W's in the chat for Demo for the $4.99 euro to say they need to respect your leaders. If that was the case, then America today wouldn't exist and it would still be under British rule. I completely agree. W's in the chat for Imo, who became a late night tuber. W's in the chat for Ted, who sent a $10 super chat to say the only accountability in the Epstein files, truly, Rico would turn the other cheek. Jasmine would have Jasmine would be over here clapping them. Yeah. Well, oh, you mean James Tellerico? That's what you were doing with Tubelee Rico. Okay, yeah, no, Jasmine Crockett was like on their head about it. Like, no lie. W's in the chat for Allison for the $5 donation saying, please tell me you heard about the primaries in North Carolina. Yes, I was going to talk about that as well. Fucking Roy Cooper is a monster. W's in the chat for MAGA Cries for the $2 donation saying moderate Dems are cowards. They are. W's in the chat for Amanda for the $1 donation saying it's true and it sucks, but now Jasmine is can crush Cruz in 2027, and then we can have both of them. That would be dope. W's in the chat for Ellen for the $5 donation and didn't say anything, just sent the love. And last but not least, guys, holy fuck, W's in the chat for Karen for the $25 donation. Said, if you're offended by hearing that you have white privilege, please sit yourself down and genuinely ask the question, why do I feel defensive? Does what being said actually apply? Then let yourself consider, how does it apply? Self-reflection is self-love. I couldn't agree more. Like, all of us have certain privileges and we have to acknowledge those privileges in order to be better. W's in the chat for all the donos. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. 1.5 thousand people hanging out, guys. Make sure you're tapping that screen on TikTok. Make sure you're hitting that thumbs up over on YouTube. Make sure you're dropping a follow on TikTok. We're trying to get to 100,000 followers. On YouTube, we're trying to get to 19,000 subscribers. And on Twitch, we're trying to get to 1,000 followers. And yeah, all right. Drew, wokeness.
Yo.
What's the deal with wokeness?
Yeah. So, a couple things. First off, this Amethyst person keeps talking a lot, but he won't hop up here, and it's kind of pissing me off. I want to see him get in the ring. But
Amethyst, what is Amethyst saying?
I don't know. He said, has Tellerico done anything wrong? Earlier, he said something about I don't know. He's been talking shit, bro. He's been saying some shit in chat. And
Amethyst, don't be a thumb thug. Get up here, Amethyst. If I said, I'm gonna check it. All right. Anyway, go ahead. Wokeness.
Yeah. So me and you talked a couple days ago. I hopped up here and you actually educated me on a lot of things I wasn't really aware of. You definitely changed the way I think, and we had a great conversation. All I said in chat a minute ago was, you know, I'm all for voting blue, but I don't agree with wokeness. How would you respond to that?
Wokeness is just a term that's been weaponized and
It's a buzzword.
fear-mongered.
It's just like DEI. Yeah, like you
Yeah.
explained, which I understand too. But what I take it to mean is, you know, like there's things that, you know, conservatives value and there's things that Democrats value, right? So like there's many topics that go in with that, like abortion, trans surgeries, all kinds of stuff like that. And I just have my own opinions on that.
Yeah, well, okay. So this is what I have to say as far as like, this is the problem that I have with conservatives, right? I'm not telling you that you have to believe in everyone else's ideology. Like, that's not what being progressive is about. It's not saying that quote unquote abortions for everyone or quote unquote transgenderism for everyone. Like that shit is stupid. The point of like being progressive and the point that myself and others are trying to get across is that you don't have to force someone into your position. So whether you agree or disagree with abortion, that's fine. That's your opinion. You can have your opinion, but your opinion should not dictate to other people. Whether you understand or accept transgender people, like that's fucking on you. But like denying the fact that transgender people are people and they just want to live, like, no, fuck that. That's unacceptable. And so just like,
children. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't want to get into that whole thing because like when you talk about the amount of like fear mongering and like literally it's all propaganda. Drew, I'm not going to hold you. It's all propaganda. $215 million by the Trump administration to vilify less than 1% of the population. There's no situation where, unless it's absolutely medically necessary, that any underage children are getting any type of surgery, gender affirming surgery like that. There's no cases of that. Like Donald Trump fucking lied and said that kids were going to school, elementary school, and coming home having surgery, like transgender surgery. Like that's fucking stupid.
It's
like you
really
can't even
rare,
no, it's not rare. It's not happening at all. Like kids aren't going to school and having fucking surgery at school. Like that's so stupid for anyone to believe that kids are going to school and having surgery at school. But Donald Trump told people that and they fucking believe that kids were having surgery at school. Drew.
Kind of crazy.
Right.
I don't believe that.
Like, but that's what, and people was like, I can't believe they're doing that to the kids at school. Like the point that I'm getting across is it's fear mongering. And Donald Trump is fear mongering to his base in order to ensure that they don't focus on the fact that he has no politics. I'm sorry, he has no policy. He doesn't pass bills. He doesn't actually have anything that's going to benefit the American people. Even the things that Donald Trump said that he was going to do, lower prices are up. Lower gas is up. Make housing more affordable. Housing is more expensive. All of the things that he said he was going to do. No new wars.
Yeah, that's bullshit, and I'm very upset about that.
Right. But it's because like the reason why Donald Trump says like build the wall, lock them up, make America great again, is because it's catchy, it's buzzwords, and people don't have to think too hard. That's why he says DEI. They're DEI. You don't have to think too much. Like if you actually think about the shit that he says, then it all falls apart. So no one's advocating to like make special exceptions or, quote unquote wokeism. Like the only thing we're sitting here says like respect people, like let people be people and stop. As long as I'm telling you, this is my stance. I don't give a fuck about what people do as long as they're not hurting other people. I genuinely don't. I could care less if anyone like people or for some reason have issues with like furries, right? They're fucking cosplaying. Like that's, we got people who dress up like Harry Potter. We got people who dress up in anime. Like if people want to be furries, then fucking let them be furries. Like as long as they're not hurting people. Yeah. And that's my whole point. As long as they're not hurting anyone, I don't care what people do. Like I genuinely don't care what anyone does as long as they're not hurting other people.
Right, and I get behind that too. And really, you know, coming up here, what I meant was that fear mongering that, you know, Trump caused by saying, oh, kids are going to school and getting transgender surgeries, and that's the agenda that's being pushed, right? I know that obviously that's not true, but you know, it's just sorry, you caught me off guard. That was funny. I think I looked into, so last time we came up here, I said if the next election is between Gavin Newsom and JD Vance, I'm not voting. You said don't do that. You said your vote's important. You said do your research, vote for, and I think everyone in here was saying like vote for the least harm, right? And I looked into Gavin Newsom and I was like, wow, I kind of like some of the stuff that this guy supports. And like you were talking about Jasmine Crockett and Tellerico earlier. That was I love Jasmine Crockett. I love her energy. I love her attitude. And I didn't vote. I haven't voted yet. I haven't voted in a presidential. I haven't voted in a local. But I just wanted to say, you know, after our last conversation and spending a lot of time in here, if I could have voted in, you know, 2016, 2020, I probably wouldn't have. And in 2028, you know, I'll probably vote for Gavin Newsom. Honestly, I think my vote will go blue for sure.
Yeah, listen, I mean, the one thing that I say all the time, and it's interesting, I have these conversations, especially within like the Black community, as far as like, is voting like something that we should even engage in? A lot of people say no. And it's hard for me to sit here and tell people like they're not wrong because of how things have been set up. And then also the track record of like what both political parties have done. You know, I vote Democrat because I'm not a Democrat. Like I think the Democrats are weak. I think that like they need revamp. Like I just spent time right before I started talking about what Texas is doing. I spent time vilifying what Texas did not do. But the point that I try to get across to people all the time is that like Black people specifically, we vote for harm reduction all the time because we understand that while both political parties tend to fail us, there's at least one political party that is not actively trying to harm us in every single way. I mean, they're harming us because they continue to allow shit to happen and all this other stuff. But like, honestly, the point that I'm at with this Trump administration, their goal is cruelty. Like there's none of the shit makes sense that they're doing except that they want to be cruel and hurt people. And that's not even me saying like, oh, I'm a Democrat or whatever. No, like literally the shit that they're doing doesn't make sense unless the goal is cruelty. That's the only thing that can make it make sense. So
I want to say too, you talked about the no new wars thing that Trump said. I cooked dinner last night for my family and we sat down
What'd you make?
The table. I made sloppy joes and waffle fries with some homemade.
I fucking love sloppy joes.
Yes, sir.
I fucking love sloppy joes,
bro. I'll make you some sloppy joes.
Listen. That's a Southern thing. Anyway, go ahead.
But it is. Yeah. But I cooked and we were sitting down eating and we turned the news on and they were showing all this war stuff about, you know, war stuff. That's the most childish thing I've ever said. But, you know, they're showing videos of, you know, the battleship blowing up that we hit with our submarine. They're showing all the stuff about the Iran war, the conversation that we had with the foreign minister and all that stuff. And it made me so mad as, you know, a young American who has been deceived. It pissed me off. And I was like, why the fuck are we involved in Iran? Why the fuck are we still in the Middle East? Why can't we just focus on our own? Why can't we just get out, put Americans first? There's no reason we should still be in this war, this elongated 20 years, 30 years, probably longer than that. It's been going on forever, and I'm just sick of it. And the fact that, you know, it's the fact that we're back in Iran, you know, we've been there forever, and now we're back, and now we're bombing them, and we're going to bomb the shit out of them and destroy Iran. It's just bullshit, and it pisses me off. I can't stand it.
You know what I really have an issue with, and while I agree, right? I mean, like we need to focus on Americans. We need to focus on like making our country better for us, and like all this other stuff. You're like I'm not saying that you're wrong because you're absolutely right.
Say what you got to say, bro.
The biggest problem that I have, and this is the biggest problem that I have with like Republicans and especially this Trump administration, they are willing to pass the bill to future generations. Like, I have such a problem with that. And so when you talk about like this, conflict with Iran, this isn't something that is just going to like stand today. This is literally a bill that's going to be paid down the line in 20, 30, 40, 50 years. I said this prior to like the election. I said, Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, whoever wins this election, this is going to be the most consequential election in United States history, in the sense of it's going to shape our country for at least the next 60 years. Donald Trump in his first term was able to appoint 3 Supreme Court justices. Before the end of this term, he might be able to appoint 2 more. There's 9 Supreme Court justices currently on the bench or on the Supreme Court. So out of 9, there's a possibility that Donald Trump, one president, would be able to appoint 5 of them. 5. And you talk about like the tax code, reinstituting the one big beautiful bill. That's the largest transfer in wealth in United States history. Donald Trump literally has put us in a position that is going to be negative for the next 40, 50, 60 years. All of the environmental regulations that have been rolled back, like the children, like our children, my children, all of our children's, our grandchildren, like they're the ones that are going to have to pay this bill. Young people like you, Drew, you guys are the ones that are going to have to pay this bill in the long run. And I fucking hate that. That's like the biggest problem that I have. They're literally trading the future of our kids, our grandkids, for shit that they want today. And it pisses me off.
Yeah, and especially like you said, it affects me. And I think somebody in here said something about young Americans that they're screwing the younger generation. It's true. It's true. It's very consequential to us directly, and it sucks. And I wanted to say with that, this might open another. God, I'm so congested. Excuse me. This might open another can of worms, but there's a big part of the conservative agenda that's Israel's our greatest ally. No, they're fucking not.
No, they're fucking
not. Israel. Let's talk about the USS Liberty. All right, the USS Liberty, didn't 160 Americans die because Israel sank that ship? Are you pulling up a stat on that?
No, I can't. Okay. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, I was letting you finish your sentence.
No, it's okay. The USS Liberty, I think 160 Americans died because Israel sank one of our ships. That's just one. Let's just one. Let's talk about, I think we talked about 9/11 the last time I was in here. Do you think that, Israel had anything to do with 9/11?
At the very least, you can talk about how they mentioned that one of the reasons why they came after the U.S. was because the direct alliance with Israel, and even more so, I'm kind of in a funny situation when it comes to Israel, right? Because my stance on them has always been clear, right? Bibi Netanyahu is a war criminal. Israel is a terrorist state, and free Palestine till it's backwards. That's my stance. Yeah, but a lot of people say, oh, Israel is controlling the United States, and then people say, no, the United States is controlling Israel. I don't know if it's the dog wagging the tail or the tail wagging the dog, and so at this point, it's all the same to me, right? Like you could talk about the way that United States politicians bend over backwards because Israel is putting money in their pocket. You can also talk about how Israel continues to impact those other Middle Eastern countries and keep them unstable and pushing a Western agenda. Like I'm a little bit confused not confused. I can't make a clear decision on who is really pulling the strings. All I know is this alliance between the US and Israel has been beneficial to no one except the state of Israel and the American politicians that take AIPAC money. That's it. Absolutely. That's all.
And that's infuriating. It's literally infuriating because now, because of that relationship, we're in a fucking war with Iran that I have friends that I've been friends with for 7 years there's a chance he gets deployed. I think he's going to get deployed to Jordan and be out in the Middle East, stuck in all the middle of that. And it is literally infuriating.
Yep.
Let's see what I say. I said USS Liberty. Oh yeah. So Netanyahu's a pedophile. I'm just gonna come out straight and say that. And
I mean, if we can be honest, like him, I mean, he's way worse than that, but like, that's nothing special because with the release of the Epstein files, we can talk about the entire connection around the globe as far as like the inner workings of the people that have like overwhelmingly harmed children and like that entire connection, right? So like the entire world throughout, you know what the difference is though? This is the problem, or not problem, but like this is the difference. At the very least, other countries are trying to hold those other pedophiles accountable. Like you see like them trying somewhat to go after the people that's in the Epstein files. The US is just like, nah, we good. All good here. We're good.
Yeah, because it's blackmail. Because it's blackmail, man. They know it.
So, yeah.
And
also,
I have, yeah. Oh, go
I'll just say Donald Trump is not in the Epstein files. Epstein is in the Trump files. That's it.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, you want to thank some people real quick so I can come up with something else?
Actually, yeah. I got a couple of people I do need to thank. W's in the chat for Kayla for the $2 donation saying the school won't put sunscreen on my kids without a written permission. MAGA, stop being fucking gullible and learn to think for yourself. Right. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, literally, W's in the chat for Kayla. W's in the chat for MAGA Cries for the $2 donation saying, don't forget the morons still believe that there's litter boxes in the classroom. No, this is the fucked up part. If you know why the litter boxes are in the classroom, then you really know. Drew, do you know about that? Have you heard that like, Democrats wanted to put litter box in classrooms for kids because of furries? Did you hear about that?
That's actually really funny. My middle school that I went to, and remember, I live in Southeast Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
My middle school that I went to when I left, so we had a gay principal, right? And everybody was always talking about Mr. Alford and how he was gay and making fun of him, whatever. And I leave, I go to high school, I'm in 9th, 10th grade, and somebody's telling me about this middle school, and they're like, did you know that at blah, blah, blah middle school, there's teachers, or some parent went up there pissed because they wouldn't put a litter box in the bathroom for her daughter. So that one's a little more personal.
Sure.
Because I witnessed it.
Do you know why they've been putting litter boxes in classrooms?
Why?
Because when there's a school shooting, they can't leave the classroom and people get nervous. And so if there's a school shooting and the school's on lockdown, then the kids have to actually pee in the litter box instead of leaving the class.
That's really sad.
That's why I said people don't know shit. And then they actually find out what's the reason. And then the shit is just wild.
Yeah. I mean,
the shit's wild. Really and the point is they would rather do that. They would rather do that than actually institute gun reform.
I somewhat agree. And I think gun reform could be necessary. I think the ATF probably needs to crack down a little more, and we just need to change the Second Amendment in general because, when it was designed or written up in 1776, people didn't have AR-15s in mind. But then again, what do you take shall not be infringed to mean? Do you think that was intended for technology to improve and increase, or no?
No, and even more so, like the actual, like, was it protection for like individual gun rights wasn't ruled on until like 2008. So like it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And so like, I mean, there's a lot behind it, but yeah. Anyway, give me 2 seconds. Let me,
take your time.
Let me finish these thank yous. Boom. W's in the chat for Allison. Allison sent a $25 donation saying, thank you for all that you do. Allison, thank you so much for the $25 donation. You are fucking awesome. W's in the chat for Allison. W's in the chat for Joshua for the $2 donation saying, caller, you sound pretty woke. That's Jots and Tittles. Yeah, Drew is getting, listen, we're starting to wokeify Drew. I'm telling you, chat. We're starting to wokeify Drew. Nah, fuck that. You hanging out too much. We about to wokeify the shit out of you. W's in the chat for Caroline for the $10 donation, saying every vote counts, even if it's just picking the lesser of evil, prevent the greater evil. Every single vote counts always, and it's always worth the effort to do proper research. I don't feel good today, so I probably won't be long. Love you from Germany. Caroline, take care of yourself. Seriously, seriously, seriously. Thank you for the love, support, kindness, but make sure you're taking care of yourself. That's really important. W's in the chat.
Thank you to Caroline. Dankeschön, Caroline.
I know that's right. Yeah. W's in the chat for Caroline and all the donors. If anyone else likes support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 400,000 likes. Also, we got 43 new followers on the stream. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Let's go ahead and get the follows up. We're trying to get to 100,000 followers. Please, please, please hit that follow button. All right, Drew, you had something else you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, man. If I could get like 500,000 from APAC, I will change my name to woke.drew, as somebody suggested. So I just wanted to put that up in the air. But on a serious note, where should me and my girlfriend, who is here with me, go out to eat today? I need to know before I head out of here.
Oh, you always go to steak. If you got a good steakhouse.
Okay, I was gonna say Longhorn. That was gonna be my suggestion.
Listen. If you
they don't got sloppy joes at Longhorn, man.
Yeah, I tell you what. Depending on where you go, if you go to a place with good quality meat, no pause.
Mm-hmm.
Then
yeah, hold on now.
no pause. We don't pause around here.
All right.
But the actual if you go to an actual good quality steakhouse, you got to get it medium rare. Got to get it medium rare.
Always medium rare with some garlic butter. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Hey, I grill, bro. I grill and smoke meat. That's like my hobby. So I know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna head out of here. Listen.
All right.
Same thing I said.
I unmuted you.
You, bro.
Yeah, likewise. I unmuted you. You're good to go. You can keep yapping in the chat. We're vocifying you.
I'll be. Hey, listen. All right, chill out. But I'll be back up here in the future. Okay. I like talking to you, man. You have a good one.
All right, you as well.
Kick me out.
Mm-hmm. Somebody said, "Stay woke, Drew." And we got him. We got him, chat. One at a time. We wokeifying them all. One at a time. One at a time. We're gonna wokeify them all. No, seriously, like I do think there's something to be said about people who are willing to like hear information, engage, and actually make decisions based off of new information and critical thinking. I think that's super important. And if you're unwilling to actually change your stance after you're given like actual information, then you're a problem. And so I appreciate, while I might not agree with everyone on everything, I do appreciate people that are willing to engage in critical thinking. I think that's huge. I think that's massive. So yeah. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking, excuse me, sorry guys. Only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Send your daily heart. It's only one coin. If you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up. How many likes do we have on the current YouTube stream? I can't see. Can anyone in the YouTube chat tell me how many likes we have currently on the stream? I can't see it for some reason. Yeah, Debbie's in the chat for Joe. Joe sent a $4 donation saying, got to read the entire sentence, as well as regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. Excuse me. A free state for the rights of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Exactly. Brett breaks that shit down. Like if you listen, people don't want to debate Brett about gun rights or the Constitution because he breaks that shit down. W's in the chat for Brett. Love Brett. And W's in the chat for Jason. $5 litter box thing is wild. Yeah, listen, like the fact that we don't, like, we're willing to do every fucking thing except reform gun rights, right? Like fucking, they're like, let's give teacher guns. Let's, put bars on school. Let's send them through metal detectors. Like they want to do all this other shit and say like, maybe people shouldn't have like fucking ARs. It's weird. It's like, stop it. Like, what the fuck? W's in the chat for Dragon, who sent $1 donation and said, "Come to the dark side, Drew. We got him. We got him. We got him." W's in the chat for VM, who sent a $5 donation saying, "Your mic sounds 5,000% crisp since last week. What did you do? Amazing setup." I went to, I got a new mixer. I got off the soundboard, right? Because, so I'm using Studio. And I had to switch from the soundboard. I had like a Rodecaster soundboard, and I had to switch from the soundboard to a mixer because Studio doesn't work well with the Rodecaster Pro that I had. And that's why the sound kept dropping out. It wasn't like something that I had in my setup that was wrong. It was literally the actual known issue. W's in the chat for KK said, "Tell them you bought a Best Buy." I did buy a Best Buy. I'm not gonna fucking hold you guys. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. Between the time that I spent at Best Buy, the time that I spent on Amazon, like the shit that I've gotten, the amount of time that I've spent on the floor wrapping up cords, like this, it has been a fucking lot. So, and my wife did, yes, she's calling me out. Yes. So the other night when the stream crashed and I realized it was a RAM, my wife was already in bed, and I immediately said, "Hey, we got to go to Best Buy." So I pulled her out of bed and we went to Best Buy, because I was like, I got to fix this shit so we can stream in the morning. Yes, I did. Management was not too happy with me. So W's in the chat for management. She was not happy. Her and Kay was talking shit about me. I'm convinced those two were talking shit about me. But we fucking got it. We fucking got it. Like, we got it. We got it. We literally got it. So it was worth it. But yeah, that's what I did. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. W's in the chat for Lockhart, who sent a $5 super chat to say, "If you ever need any audio help or suggestion, let me know. I went to school for it, and I've been dealing with the audio for 10 plus years. Love your streams." Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. The only thing that I'm worried about, like, I had to learn this. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Hold on one second. Where's that at? Holy fuck. Oh, I'm about to get canceled. Oh shit, I'm about to get canceled. Oh shit, I am about to hold on. Where to go? Stop putting stuff in the chat, guys. Hold on for a second. Stop putting shit in the chat. Hold on. Where did it go? Damn it, it moved. Where did it go? Wait. Damn it, you guys gotta stop typing in the chat. I lost it. Hold on. Where did it go? Fuck. Oh, there it is. Guys, don't fucking hold on. I'm just gonna do it this way because I don't want to lose it. Holy shit. Oh, I'm gonna get canceled for this, but holy shit. Okay. I'm definitely about to, holy shit. I'm putting this on the screen. Just FYI, one, if you laugh, then you are culpable. If you laugh, you're culpable. If you laugh, you're culpable. So just an FYI, if any of you laugh, you're getting canceled too. Chat, do you guys understand that if any of you engage in any of this, it's you too? So just making sure that you guys know that I'm not going down by myself. I'm about to put it on the screen. Hold on. Fuck me. Okay, let me do this. Why the fuck won't it let me put it? See, all right, maybe I shouldn't because like hold on, because it's giving me a hard time with actually getting this up here. And maybe it's Black Jesus saying like, don't do that shit. Maybe it's Black Jesus saying no. Maybe it's the ancestors telling me no. But I tend to be a little hard-headed sometimes. But I have to make the picture larger because the way I cropped it was the issue. Okay. Yeah, it's not letting me bring it up, so I'm not gonna even do it. Like the fact that it's not allowing me to actually do it makes me believe that maybe I shouldn't put that shit on the screen. So the fact that it's not allowing me to do it makes me believe that maybe I shouldn't have it on the screen. Oh, wait, hold on. Why the fuck did it do that? Okay, I see what the problem is. It's the way that it's saved. Save as, let's save this as a JPEG. There we go. Yeah, that is my first time seeing that shit, Kay. It's literally the first time that I'm seeing it. And so since it's the first time that I'm seeing it, you know how I am. How am I too late? Ain't no way. Everyone knows. So I'm the last person to see this? Okay, fuck it. Like, it's not letting me do it anyway. Somebody got a username, and their username is Charlie Kirk's neck hole. Fuck. Whew. Man. Y'all are getting canceled for that. Not me. Not me. I ain't do shit. But all of y'all are getting canceled for that one. All of y'all are getting canceled. Each and every one of you. Each and every one of you are getting canceled. I see Swan, you're canceled. Josh, you're canceled. Kay, you're canceled. Hector, you're canceled. Clax, you're canceled. Kirby, you're canceled. Marine, you're canceled. Jared, you're canceled. Joanna, you're canceled. Nikki, you're canceled. Fab, you're canceled. Joey's definitely canceled. Wade, you're canceled. Mountain Girl, you're canceled. Charlie Kirk's and Nicole, you're fucking canceled for sure. Josh, you're canceled. Becca, you're canceled. Line in the Game, you're canceled. I Am Legend, you're canceled. Cosmic, you're canceled. Rich Allen, you're canceled. JMF Boss, you're canceled. All of you guys are canceled. All of you got every single one of you are canceled because of that. If you laugh, then come and sit beside me, because I got us first class tickets to hell. First class bus tickets to hell. Yes, I found the bus and we're taking it to hell. You guys are, oh boy, like, I don't know. You guys are bad influences on me. Like, it's you. It's each and every one of you. All of you guys are bad influences on me. Yeah, Vash Bell, you're over on Twitch. You're canceled. One Mighty Pen, you're canceled. Who over here on YouTube is canceled? Dre Z, you're canceled. Gabe talking about, will there be snacks? We will have Takis. We will have Takis, and we will have stuff from our community garden. So there's that. All of you are bad influences on me. I'm the good guy in this situation. I'm innocent. I'm like baby Jesus in a manger, swaddled and don't know no evil, just sitting in the manger in swaddling clothing, all innocent. That's who I am. And you guys, each and every one of you, chat, you all are Beelzebub. That's on you, not me. I'm the good guy in the story. Where's Covey? Covey's canceled too. Where's Covey? Yep, see? Covey's canceled too. Covey, you're officially canceled because you are a witness. Look, Charlie Kirk has been awfully quiet. Can't wait till he responds to this. That's why Covey is canceled. That's literally why she's canceled. I don't know what to say. You missed everything, Jenny. Don't try to pretend like you just got here. Jenny, you're canceled too. Lawless, you're canceled. Don't feel left out. All of you guys are canceled. It's not me. It's not me. I'm not worried about me. It's you. It's all of you. Okay, no, you're not unionized. Absolutely not. We don't do unions around here. We're union busters. Absolutely not. Reese, what happened? You guys are canceled. That's why. You have immunity. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you do not. Element, his neck hole is out of order. Whoa. Whoa. Not, holy shit. Holy shit. Who said that? Oh, shit. Who said that? Hold on. Holy shit. They say his neck hole is out of order. Oh, you guys are going to hell. Holy shit. I'm gonna have to end this stream because y'all are not taking me down. God damn. I didn't agree to nothing. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. God damn. A couple of quick thank yous. I'm so terrified to read. I'm so terrified to read what you guys have been sending in donations. I'm so terrified to read what you guys have been sending in donations. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. I didn't start shit, Dwayne. That was not me. That was not me. That was not me. I just want to make sure that everyone knows before I start reading these are not my words. The only thing that I'm doing is reading off the donations. This is not Santana. This is literally the words of the people who sent donations, and I'm just reading them off. Just gonna make sure I get that out the way. I'm terrified. Debbie's in chat for Dylan for the $1.99 super chat to say, is it live sprung out red nose nonsense still? Wait, is the live spouting out red nonsense still? I have no idea what you're talking about. Debbie's in chat for Never Trump Penguin, who sent a $1.99 super chat to say, to be fair, wasn't Charlie Kirk canceled? I did not say that. I did not say that. Those were not my words. I'm just reading the shit off. I'm just reading the shit off. That was not me. That was in the chat for Tuba, who sent a $5 super chat to say, would you be open to interviewing Nakia James Thomas from Oklahoma? She's running against yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Send that to Kay. If you take a look at the link tree in my bio, it says platform directors Kay communicates. Go to the link in my bio, send the email. I would do that. Absolutely. Debbie's in the chat for, again, this is not me. This is not me. Talking about the most successful cancellation of all time. You guys are canceled, not me. I don't care. Chat, like that's you. I don't know you. You guys are the ones that are canceled, not me. I ain't do shit. I ain't do nothing. That is literally you guys. That is literally you all. W's in the chat for Never Trunk Penguin, who said, sent a $1.99 super chat. Kirk with the holy, wait, Kirk is with the holy pass now. Not me, just reading the shit off. Not me, just reading the shit off. That's all I'm doing. W's in the chat for Gene for the $1 donation saying, oh, let Brett skew. Yeah, like Brett would have cooked on that for sure. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Linda for the $2 donation saying, you can't just edge us like that and not tell us that data. Listen, the one thing that I do love is some fucking suspense. W's in the chat for Brittany for the $5 donation saying, a few minutes behind, but can't confirm. I'm just a therapist in the school, and they literally have a red bucket with toilet seat and sand just in case. So sad. Yeah, absolutely, Brittany. Absolutely. Debbie's in the chat for MAGA Cries for the $2 donation says, Debbie's in the chat for MAGA Cries, who sent a $2 donation saying, we're going to put out our TikTok names. We're going to put our TikTok names together to form MAGA Cries in Charlie Kirk's neck hole. I did not say that shit. I'm just reading it. That was not me. I'm just reading it. That was not me. I'm just reading it. Don't Santana me. I didn't do shit. Of course, get up here. I didn't do shit. I just read it. W's in the chat for I'll bring tamale husk next. I'll bring tamales husk included, no oxtails because management is going to heaven. No, if I'm going to hell, management is definitely going to hell too. Like, don't let the sweet voice and the pretty face fool you. She is definitely going to hell, no question. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Caroline. This is what Caroline said. $10 donation says something's really wrong with people. No one deserves to go like that. Not even him. No matter if you like the guy or not, no one deserves to go like that. I agree, right? No one deserves to be murdered. I agree. I agree. But when you say hateful shit all your life and build your entire platform on hate, you know, sometimes you fucking get what you get. Not gonna hold you. Deb's in the chat for Lily for the $1 donation. Lily said, hi, this is actual son of a bitch. Okay. Again, okay. Just reading. Hi, this is actually Charlie back from the dead. Just wanted to say hello. W's in chat for Shannon. W's in the chat for Shannon for the $5 donation. The only hole bigger than the one in Charlie Kirk's debate points is the one in his neck. I didn't say that shit. It's not me. Right? Fucking right. You guys are going to hell. Holy shit. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation. I think there's a hole in the neck of that statement. Management is too good for hell. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation. Is he only holy on Sundays? W's in the chat for Dragon for the $1 donation. My ticket to hell just got expedited. Yeah. W's in the chat for Brooke, $1 donation. You can't blame us. You're the influencer. No, I'm just reading. W's in the chat for Kat for the $5 donation. Please tell me what he did so I don't do it again. You can't do what Charlie Kirk did because holy fuck. Look at Sammy. Sammy's triggered in the chat. Sammy said RIP MLK. And Dylan talking about shows you who the evil party is. Dylan, evil these nuts in your mouth. Petty. And I think this name is very appropriate. I think it's very appropriate. Petty sent a $2 donation, said, tell us you don't like gushers. W's in the chat for Caroline, $5 donation.
I feel so bad. Oh God, Betty. Oh my God, Betty. That was bad. Oh, that's so bad. I feel so bad. I'm going to hell for laughing. That is so that's so evil.
Dubs in the chat for Anthony, who sent a $15 donation, said, one time I told Charlie a joke. He said, "I'm dead." Whew. Boy, holy shit. Holy shit. You guys are ruthless. You guys are ruthless. That was in chat for Rhonda for the $1.99 super chat. Just sent the love. Rhonda chose peace. Rhonda chose peace. W's in the chat for Rust Belt. Rust Belt chose peace. $2 donation. My partner loves your Bobby Hill impression. Thank you. W's in the chat for Sand for the $4.99 super chat. I guess none of us is getting invited to the next rapture. Exactly. Dylan went over to YouTube to cry. Dylan sent a $1.99 super chat to say, not even, hold on, shit. That's the wrong Dylan. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Dylan for the $1.99 super chat. Not even Flex Seal can fix that damage. W's in the chat for Never Trump Penguin for the $1.99 super chat. We're all neck and neck in this race to heck. Please stop laughing. Please stop laughing. Because you're encouraging it, and I swear, like, holy fuck, you guys. Man. Holy shit.
Holy pun intended.
Oh my God. Wow. Wow.
Oh my God. I was going to say something else, but let me keep it to myself.
I'm going to finish. You guys got to stop. I'm going to run through these really quickly. You guys got to stop. That's enough. That is enough. That is enough. W's in chat for Tish. Tish sent a $15 donation. Just saying you disagree with capital punishment earlier. Wouldn't that have been a community firing squad of one? God damn. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation. Did you know Charlie's favorite band was Hole? He really loved the movie Holes. W's in the chat for Becca for the $7.77 donation. Thoughts on Candace investigation. Candace Owens. It's a lot there. W's in chat for Garrett for the $5 donation. I keep thinking of those old Looney Tune cartoons where the cowboy drinks the beer after pew-pewing and the beer comes out the holes. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation. Said TikTok Santana is innocent. Don't blame him. Fucking W's in the chat for Jocelyn. Massive W's in the chat for Jocelyn. I am innocent. W's in the chat for Morgan for the $5 donation. Said in the end, Charlie Kirk finally leaned left. W's in the chat for Kelton for the $1 donation. He's definitely not DEI. He got a new position based off of merit. Fuck. W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation. Charlie Kirk's favorite donut shop was Holy Moly Donut Shop. W's in the chat for Dragon, who sent a $1 donation. Charlie, yes, Papa. W's in the chat for Samuel for the $5 donation. Charlie was always talking out of both sides of his neck. W's in the chat for Malika for the $1 donation. Neck made me squirt like Charlie. Yeah, I'm almost done. W's in the chat for Amanda for the $10 donation. CK's neck hole supporters supports the First and Second Amendment. God damn. W's in the chat for Cassie for the $5 donation. I heard they had to cancel the Charlie Kirk statue. They couldn't get the neck right. W's in the chat. Yeah, I'm done. Holy fuck, chat. Oh my God, we're fried. Oh, we're cooked. Oh, we're cooked. Oh, we're cooked. Oh, we're cooked. Okay, stop. That's enough. That's enough. Athena, you came up here for something good. You came up here for good shit. Like, do the good shit. No more. I'm not reading shit else off. No more. Do the good shit, Athena.
I didn't even mean to laugh, but some of those jokes were kind of funny. I'm not gonna. They were so diabolical and like evil, but they were so funny.
Okay, hold on. One more, because I'm not reading these other YouTube super chats out. You guys are like, holy fuck, there's a lot of them.
Also, did you mean DEI or DIE?
I don't. Oh!
I'm gonna stop. That just came to my mind. I don't know why it came to my mind. I'll stop.
Mm. This is the last one. This is the last one because it's from Swan. If it wasn't from Swan, I wouldn't be reading this. This is from Swan. Swan sent a $5 super chat to say 2 things that will never grow old. Number 1, Charlie Kirk. Number 2, Charlie Kirk's ghost. W's in the chat for Laura, who sent a $25 donation saying, please explain why we're canceled. I missed it. If you haven't heard it, that's why. Now, all this shit that like all the chat, you guys are fucking canceled. You're all canceled. You're literally all canceled. I am gonna have to take a shower after this live. Holy fuck, I gotta wash this off. Holy shit. You talking about Swan is cooking? No. I got to take a shower and I got to say a couple of Hail Marys or something. I don't know. YouTube, nothing, Dwayne. Absolutely not. God damn it, Drew. Drew sent a $2 super chat to say Charlie Kirk wasn't American, but he only bled red, no white or blue. Holy fuck. Athena, do the good stuff that you came over here to do.
That was dark. That was dark.
Oh, man.
That was really dark as my humor, genuinely. But anyways, I was gonna say one thing. I came up here, sorry, I didn't even mean to go live because I am kind of sick. But I did come up here to highlight an initiative that I am actively highlighting currently. And it's an initiative that's in the link tree in my bio that is supposed to help Eritrean families, refugee families in Egypt and in Sudan to kind of feed them during Ramadan. So we're about halfway through the goal. We raised about 2,500, I think. We need like 5,000. So it would genuinely be awesome if every single person here could donate, even if it's just $1 or $2. That would still go a long, long, long way, by the way. What was I going to say? Eritrean refugees generally are a very, very neglected group. Even when Eritrean refugees or Eritrean people were targeted by the RSF in Sudan during the genocide, not many news outlets talked about them. In Egypt, currently, since January, there have been more than 3,000 Eritrean refugees who have been arbitrarily detained under the guise of trying to get rid of quote-unquote illegal immigration in Egypt. And about 2 children have already been unalived. And also Eritrean refugees were targeted and unalived in the Tigray war in Ethiopia, and currently are actively being starved in parts of Ethiopia too. So if you guys want to help, it would genuinely be awesome. There are multiple boxes in the link tree in my bio. There's a box for each country. There is one box for Eritrea, and then under that box, the first link says Feed Eritrean Families in Egypt and Sudan. That is the link the initiative that I am highlighting currently, because we really, really, really need to, we really need to help them, especially during this time, during this month of Ramadan. So yeah, I just came up here to highlight that. If you cannot donate, I also fully understand. Sharing the link also helps. I'm not gonna lie, sharing the link also helps. So you might find somebody in your family, someone in your friend group, actively like being able to donate. So, and if you can't donate, you can just share. If you can't share, sharing would be amazing. And also just talking about it, because the situation of Eritrean refugees in Egypt, in Ethiopia, and in Libya, and in Sudan is abysmal. Like they're getting enslaved, they're getting trafficked, this is also impacting other African refugees, but I just primarily highlight Eritrean refugees because Eritreans are just largely ignored. Even Amnesty, when it was talking about the arbitrary detentions in Egypt that's happening, it just did not even mention Eritreans. And in all the reports about the RSF, they didn't even once mention the Eritrean people who were targeted in Sudan. So that's why I try to highlight specifically Eritreans. Thank you for all the donations, by the way. I'm seeing some people in the chat saying they donated. That would genuinely be amazing. And please, 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 I beg you, share them so we can at least reach the 5,000 goal. And in the last weeks of Ramadan, that they can at least get some meals. And the worst part is, by the way, Eritrean refugees are not only neglected by the mainstream media and just like other African countries, but they're also neglected like by their own government. So that's what makes them even like an extra layer of vulnerability, because they can't really go and complain to their embassy for help or get more help from their government. So there's like an extra layer of vulnerability there. And invisibility too. So, yeah, I don't know what to say. Thank you, Santana, for even allowing me the space
Come
to
on
speak
now.
on it.
You know how we do. You know you're always welcome.
Exactly.
Always.
Exactly. And one more thing I do want to say about like the feeling a sense of relief, by the way. I know that people like shame some people for feeling a sense of relief that like Charlie Kirk passed or something like that. And one thing that I personally say, by the way, I'm not representing Santana. I just wanted to say, like, there are some people who, like, if Netanyahu were to be unalive tomorrow, I bet a lot of people would have felt a sense of relief. If Trump were to be gone tomorrow, I bet there would be a lot of people who feel a sense of relief, right? The same way when Hitler was unalive, there are also a lot of people who felt a sense of relief. So I feel like victims of an oppressor or people who get harmed by somebody's speech, them feeling a sense of relief should not be shamed. The same way if a, let's say, grape victim felt relief that her rapist was unalived or put away, you wouldn't sit here and shaming them, right? So I think like there's a lot of respectability politics that is done to kind of shame people who are impacted negatively by an oppressor's speech, to somehow then mourn the person's like dead, when I haven't seen that level of empathy being given to, let's say, George Floyd. Like, so many people have memeified George Floyd, even though George Floyd wasn't necessarily a person who was like harmful to multiple groups of people. and yet people still found a way to memeify him and make fun of him. They use his profile pictures as memes and they joke about him and all that stuff, right? So to me, it just kind of forces people into thinking that white people's lives are valued more than black people, because even in death, a white person is valued, whereas even in death, a black person doesn't get valued and instead gets memeified. So that's one thing I wanted to put out there. Yes, of course, making fun of death is wrong. Celebrating people's demise, you know what I mean? It could make you apathetic. But at the same time, at the end of the day, we are all human. So there might be a sense of relief that people feel when they have one less oppressor out there. And that relief should not be shamed. So
you know what, Athena? Sometimes shit be funny.
Yes, you know it. You know it. You know it. Listen, you know what? I'm not gonna say anything though, but thank you very much for letting me highlight the issue with Eritrean refugees. And again, please, like the link is in the link tree in my bio. It would be genuinely amazing if you guys either donate or share the link. I appreciate you guys. Bye, Santana.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Have a good one. That was in the chat for Athena. Three quick more donos. That was in the chat for Anonymous, who sent a $2 donation saying, my parents' brother just made history becoming the first black man to become district attorney in Asheville, North Carolina. Yes, he's a Democrat, LOL, but so proud. Big win for Marlon March. W's in the chat. That's huge. I'm telling you, like, the way that Democrats are winning across the board in places they never won before should be alarming. It should be alarming. W's in the chat for Garrett for the $2 donation saying, Santana, you have no room to talk. You keep saying holy. Like, literally, that's just something that's in my lexicon. Can't put that on me. Can't put that on me. Can't put that on me. W's in the chat for Kevin, I can't read this. Kevin sent a $10 donation. Now, Kevin, I can't read this. Kevin, I can't read it. I can send this back, but I can't read this. 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 All right, guys, we got to get out of here. Read it up. You just nosy. You just want to know. You just want to know. And she talk about it. Hold on. I got you. Nosy Rosie. My wife is nosy. I love that lady, though. W's in the chat for management, guys. W's in the chat for management. She said she wanted to see it. Oh, that's messy. That's so messy. The management earned it. Whatever. Read it. No. You guys are gonna get me in trouble. I gotta live around here. You don't bring that shit around. I gotta stay around. You get me into this with them, and I gotta live here. Well, I gotta fucking go. You guys are something else. No, it was not a super chat. No, Jenny, no. Kay can't tell me to read it. No, absolutely not. All right, we gotta go because you guys are like fucking trouble. You guys are trouble. It's time to go. It's time. I'm ready to go.
You stepped in the box.
Send it in Discord.
Now you're in the ring.
Yeah, I'll drop it in the Discord.
You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, you slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats will get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call. You slip once, I'm snatching it all. Yeah. Step in if you dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no
God damn it.
no plan, no script. Yeah. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed.
All right, W's in the chat for the chat. I'm putting it in Discord. I had to pull it out. I realized that I didn't protect the innocent. So I gotta make sure that I protect the innocent. Because like, yeah. So if you're in the Discord, check it out. I'm gonna be posting it in the Discord in just a second. Guys, thank you for all the gifts, the taps, the likes, the shares. Thank you for all hanging out. Thank you all for being absolutely amazing. I love you all. I'll see you later. And as always, peace.